Okay, hello everybody. Hope you're all doing well. There's a little bit of a later stream today. I apologize. A few technical issues. But we're here. And we've got a big day, so let's get right into it. Okay, so we have a little bit of a problem as I'll demonstrate. uh a little bit of a problem might be understating it actually. If I look around, look at all the power symbols. That power's gone out. And this is a big problem. So what happened is the power plant has completely gone out, and that is because lots of pretty red lights. That is because we have lost access between Aquilo and Navis thanks to this whole thing. And unfortunately, that's not going to be a quick and easy fix because Secretus is quite a fair way down the technology tree. So that's a problem. Means we can't get access to our fusion cells anymore. So, how do we solve this? uh, uh, I don't know. But what I am worried about is the fact that the wall is probably going to be going down pretty soon. So that's going to be exciting. Also, I don't know what's happened to the UPS, but I think the UPS is going down because everything is running to destroy the wall. So that's a problem. So we need to take a look at all of our power solutions. Obviously, I want mixed oxide reactors, but I can't reliably get that without making a full production chain on series or maxing out our productivity modules so we can get that infinite power loop with the fuel cells. So that's not an option. That's off the table. We also don't even have the nuclear science packs yet. Instead, we got to take a look at our power options, in particular our nuclear reactors. We've got to make a return to nuclear reactors. Now, this was the old facility here. However, it's completely gone offline as well, which is quite a big problem. It means none of these go... Actually, this is a big problem because the depleted uranium fuel cells are not making their way in. Ah, that's... Yeah, okay, that's a problem. That's pretty bad. So, to get that kick-started, we're going to have to build a new power plant, I think. And there's plenty of spots around the place that we can definitely do that. For example, we have crude oil over here. I need somewhere that we can make plenty of sulfuric acid. And somewhere that's also quite far away from aliens. See, this area here could be good, but it's got a lot of ore patches. Is there anywhere... We could do it down here. Yeah, we got everything we need to make sulfuric acid here, and then we got the uranium. And then we can just build the power plant over here. These guys are not going to be able to do anything because they're stuck over on the other side of the continent. Is there anywhere else that could be good? That's a small amount of uranium. I would really like somewhere a little bit more central. This is scary. That's right up against the wall. Yeah, I don't want anything up against the walls. Maybe we just do this area, actually. Yeah, how big is this in a place like here? Yeah, we could squeeze that in if we wanted a new power plant. We could also just run this all the way up. Okay, we got some options. We could also run the power sideways like that. Yeah, that might be a better option. Okay, we'll do the new power plant down there. Let me add a tag. This is going to be nuclear plant planet nuclear plant 2. I'll call it that for now, unless someone... Actually, I've got a better name for this. Because we know Given my track record, we know this thing is going to be melting down. That's going to be the new Chernobyl. All right. Now, let's take a look at our options here. Nuclear reactors, they're okay. You can get up to 300% neighborhood bonus, I believe. And that gives you 3 times, no, it's 4 times this, isn't it? Yeah, that'd be 160 megawatts. But if we take a look at the legendary quality reactors, we can get 400 megawatts out of these things. Because it's 100 megawatts times 4. So, do we try and make nuclear reactors in legendary quality? We've also got a few other reactor types as well. We have the MOX reactor, which is a lot worse in power production. So in legendary, that'll only do 200 megawatts. And then we got the breeder reactor, which is the same. And that makes breeder fuel cells. How do we make... Oh, geez, it needs plutonium. How do we get plutonium? From uranium on series. No, there's got to be another alternate recipe here. Plutonium fuel cells. Uranium waste solution. What is this? Uranium nuclear waste. Advanced nuclear fuel reprocessing. Okay, so that turns sulfuric acid and the depleted uranium fuel cells into uranium nuclear waste solution. That's pretty good. We can do that. And then that gets used in making barreled stuff. And then the barreled stuff can turn into plutonium. Okay, we can do that. What is going on over here? What's happening to the... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We got a problem. What's going on? Oh, jeez. They're taking out the wall. No. Okay, hang on. First things first. I gotta quickly run over and clear out the bad fuel cells. Oh my goodness, the frame rate. What is the frame rate? That's gonna be beeping off stream. Yay! Yay, we love beepings. Okay, hang on, let me try and get to the old nuclear facility and empty all the bad cells. So that these reactors can once again run and give us at least a little bit of power to defend with. I can't believe this completely died. Like, in idle mode, these guys are consuming so much power. Okay, there we go. They're consuming. Do we have radar coverage again? No. Oh, geez, they're really taking out that wall. I gotta run over there. Basically, we have to try and make enough nuclear power to restore the amount of power that we were producing, which I think was 200 gigawatts. So I need to build a nuclear power facility that makes 200 gigawatts, and that's going to be difficult, to say the least. And I may even have to resort to some solar panels just to get the new facility kick-started. Okay, there we go. Power's starting to come back up. 200 gigawatts of solar, no chance. Not a chance in hell we're going to be able to do that. That's going to take the entire surface area of the factory we have. I can't expense that at the moment. We might build a few solar fields. But yeah, I don't think... don't think we're going to be able to handle that much. Come on, get there faster. Oh my goodness, they've taken out the wall. Okay, but looks like the power restored the defenses, so that's good. But we don't have radar coverage. Yeah. That satisfaction is not good. Not good at all. And I don't have enough walls. Okay. Looks like we got some work cut out for us. However, the next problem that we're going to have with nuclear power is the fact that steam turbines are just not very good. See, the nuclear reactors, they produce power in the form of heat. Good day, folks. Hey, Daz Razor, welcome back. Daz Razor? I probably butchered that. I'm sorry. Yeah, the nuclear reactors produce power in the form of heat, which is not enough to turn into power. We then need to turn that into something else, which in this case is going to be pumping it through a heat exchanger, which then turns water into steam, and then we turn that into we put that into a steam turbine to make power. And these things are not very good. See, if we were to produce 200 megawatts of heat out of a nuclear reactor, thanks to the legendary, no, it's 400 megawatts, and we had legendary steam turbines, that would be 14 and a half megawatts. So 400 divided by 14.5. That's 27 of these things to one reactor. Now, if we hop into here and make one of these things, you'd need a whole setup here with a whole bunch of these guys. Like that. And then you'd have all your water and stuff going in. And then you'd have all these turbines. So if we take 27 of these things, there we go, that's 16. So you need, that's 12. So double that. That's 24. 27. So you'd have that many. That is not very space efficient at all. So we need to find some other solution. Now, the solution to that does oh, jeez. No, they're back on the wall again. Oh, wait, it's the higher tier biters. They can shoot further. Okay, hang on. Gotta figure out where they came from and get rid of them. Get rid of them. They're huge. Okay, he's dead. Wait, there's another crowd up here. Get off my lawn. Ruining the view. There we go. Hopefully that clears that out for a little while. All right, so the next thing I need is to figure out a solution to this space problem, because that is not good for space efficiency. Now, we have some new options. We now have access, thanks to some mods. Obviously, we could do the condenser turbines, but again, they're not very good. 9 megawatts, 22.5 megawatts at legendary, and these things are massive. They're huge. What is attacking us again? Oh crap, they're up there now. This is just gonna be the stream, isn't it? It's gonna be me running around, popping bugs. Oh jeez, they're over there. Stop! Oh, that's bad. It's really bad. Can I erase these guys from the map? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Pop, 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 pop. There we go. Okay, so they're all dead. Oh, radar coverage is starting to come back, maybe? No, okay, so 3.7 gigawatts is all the nuclear facility does at the moment. Back to where I was, so... we get these condenser turbines, which give us a little bit more power, but... it's not great, like it's 9 megawatts versus 5.8, so it's only a small amount increase, and it takes so many ingredients. But we do have access to these things now, thanks to another mod, the super heat exchanger. And this thing, compared to the standard heat exchanger, which does 103 per second, this thing does 272 per second of steam. And then we have an extreme heat exchanger, which does 382, or 955 per second at legendary quality. And then you put those into a steam converter, I think. Hang on, let's take a look at these. We got these big guys. Then I think we put them through a steam converter. Convert steam to torque or extreme torque. Excess steam is piped out for further use. With space age, you can also allow condensation of steam with some efficiency loss. I'm not sure what this thing does. Oh, it's got recipes. Oh, wait, it's like an upgraded version of these things. Hang on a sec. How do we make them? Lubricant, okay. And a bunch of other things. Good evening, my crew. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. Hello, everybody who's tuning in. Yeah, so we got super heat exchangers, extreme heat exchangers. The extreme ones, they generate steam at 800 degrees Celsius at 382 per second. This thing does, I guess it's based on the recipe. Oh, wait, yeah, it's a crafter. So in 1 second, it can produce 800 steam. Oh, wait, it's 800 steam per second. Okay, that makes sense. But it requires torque. Realized I wasn't going to be able to go to space on my current base, so I had to make it more robust. No! Damn. Okay, so... Oh, and then we produce torque. Oh, wait, I get it, I get it, I get it. Okay, so we also have these things, which are small. These are torque turbines. Each one produces a considerable amount more power than the steam turbines, but they accept torque as a fluid instead. Because torque is a fluid. But it's a representation of torque. So the steam converter here turns it into torque, which then turns the turbines. And then we also have an extreme torque turbine, which is this thing. Yep. So we have 30 megawatts or 40 megawatts of power. But then there's an even higher tier than that. We have this thing here, which is a 4-way turbine, which does 100 megawatts. And finally, we have the upgraded version of that, which is 240 megawatts. And if we built that in legendary quality, that is 600 megawatts at a consumption of 1.9 thousand steam per second. So those are our options. I have no idea how much of this stuff we're going to need, but how do we make these? We need lubricant. Turbines make me happy. I'm a chem engineer, so this is my bread and butter. Woo! Awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, today is nuclear day because we don't have access to fusion cells because I got cut off from the map from the other planets. So that's why my whole factory's died. The walls are going down, the radars are struggling. So we got to fix that. All right, so let's get started. We first need to unlock superheated steam, and then that gets us access to extreme heated steam, and then basic condensation, advanced condensation. That's going to research at a really slow rate because we don't have enough power to power the research labs. We'll let that go. And I need to get access to a whole bunch of materials. The most important ingredient here is going to be lubricant. What the heck? Oh, right, I'm doing an upgrade here. I see, I see. Okay, there we go. We've done some research. We need to figure out also how to make those other reactors, because there's a whole nuclear chain here that we need to figure out. Now, where... Hang on, I can look it up from here, can't I? Where is it? Where is it? These things, the Marx reactors and the breeder reactors. So this is researched from... Oh. Applications of radioactivity. Ah. How do we get access to the breeder reactor? This thing. How do I get access to this? I don't think there's actually a way to get this. Huh. Well, dang. That might be a bug. There's no technology. Unless it's, oh, no, it's made in the character. Yeah, I should be able to make it. Nope. Alright, guess it's not makeable. Not researchable. Alright. I will make some tweaks to that. In any case, we still have access to the other reactor. Which is... this thing. So, as an emergency, we're going to have to try and head to Ceres and make ourselves a bunch of those science packs, the reverse engineered ones, unless Ceres has some still available. If it does, then we're in luck. But I need to make the nuclear ones. These ones are going to be important. We need uranium-235, we have that. Water barrels, we can get that. Refined concrete, we have that. And then it makes, oh, we get the barrels back. Nice. And then we get a nuclear science pack. And I need 100 of those things. Yep, sounds good, sounds good. We are going to have to make a stop to Ceres to pick up those science packs. And then... oh, and then this thing needs... okay, we're going to need some emergency agricultural science packs. That's not fun. Means I'm going to have to try and turn back our... I'm going to have to try and restore the... what do you call it? The failed Gleba farm experiment that we did down here. Yeah, that was not good. That means, yeah, we lost the biochambers there too. Do I really need this thing? Yeah, I do. Maybe not, maybe not. Kind of the same recipe, aren't they? Yeah, okay. I think we'll be fine. We might not even need this. But we definitely need the applications of radioactivity so we can get access to that extra reactor. Alright, so. How do we do these? What am I even looking for? Why do I have more tool belt equipment in here? That should definitely go on my suit. More inventory space is always welcome. Come on. There we go. More inventory space. Oh yeah, look at that. That is cool. Okay. So I need to grab some of that uranium, which I think we could just run over to the left side of the map to grab. And then I need concrete, which is on the bottom right of the map. And then I need water barrels. I'd probably just grab the barrels from the spaceport. So there we go. There's a whole bunch of new recipes. New and exciting ways to craft these items. Fun. Okay, here we go, here we go. So I can grab this good uranium. And I guess some cells. Grab all this. Probably do for now. That is happening really slowly. And then. Yeah, we just need the concrete now. Yeah, how's everybody doing? Hope everybody's been good. Heading towards the weekend. My weekend tonight, nice, nice. Got any exciting plans? Just more Factorio? Gotta grow the factory. Can't not grow the factory. Yeah, here we go. Here's the concrete factory. We should have a bunch of chests filled with concrete. Yep, there we go. And then I can head back up to the spaceport where we have a bunch of empty barrels so that I can just barrel it up into water. Now, can these science packs be made in any machine? Centrifuges. They have to be done in centrifuges. Okay. Well, they've got a productivity bonus now, so that's good. Pop this over here. I need an assembly. Actually, there's a barreling machine now, isn't there? Which one of these is it? Water. Yeah, barreling machine. How do we make one of these? let's try one of these. Where does it sit? Why can't I find a barrel? Oh, hang on. I don't actually have it. Wait, hang on. I can check this. It's supposed to be one of these, is it not? Yeah, this thing. How do we craft it? Oh, how do we... Unlocked by deep sea extraction. Oh. Which we can't do until we get to the other planet. Alright. Assembler it is. This guy is going to make us water. Fill water barrel. And then we grab an offshore pump. And then we need some barrels. Barrels. Okay, here we go. A whole bunch of them in here that we can just pick up. And I can chuck it inserted down as well. He's moving so slowly. And then this guy's going to be making these things. I need to shove some productivity modules into him. There we go. Water barrels. And then this guy needs to pick up the barrels, the empty barrels, and deliver them back into this thing. And I can use a little loader for that. There we are. Now we have a barrel loop. Sweet. Oh, wow. That is going to be crafting very slowly. Can we speed that up with beacons? Barely. That's half a pack per second. That is not good, and that's fluctuating. All right. I think we need to get a solar farm started. I don't think we have any other choice. If I run all the way up to the top here, up to our little electronics factory that we built so many episodes ago. Here we are. And I grab all of these solar panels. Let's upgrade this to a legendary chest, shall we? Store a few more solar panels in there. And accumulators should be fine. I have access to these nice big accumulators. Oh goodness, the frame rate. Yes, I forgot about the fish lake. Now we're out of the space science packs. That's not good. Is there anything else we need? Yes, we need the better steam turbines. Nuclear automation could be fun, but that's a lot of science packs. No, I won't bother with that for now. Yeah, let's just grab this thing. Now, where am I going to build a solar farm? Because I don't want to be taking up the same amount of space. Do we just build it out on the water's edge? Yeah, I could do it. I could build it out here. All right, let's try that. Now, if I remember correctly from back in the day, a solar farm looks like this. Or at least the design that I used to do looks something like this. So we'd have accumulators. Arranged like that. And then you'd have solar panels filling up the rest of the space that the substation reaches. Let me know if this is different to how everybody else does a solar farm, a solar cell, but basically now you've got yourself a tileable solar thing. And this is how I used to do them. This was back in the day. Before this playthrough started, ages ago, I used to do them like this. But now we have a new element, which is the really, really big substation. So that's kind of going to throw that in a bit of a loop. And, oh wait, hang on, we actually have bigger substations than that, don't we? We have an advanced substation, let's queue that, and even bigger ones than that. Needs more accumulators though for Narvis. Yeah, then I would do a separate cell that was just a whole bunch of accumulators there instead of the solar panels, and I'd have like a separate area for those, but yes, you're right. Okay, so we got this new distribution. Ah, and that gets us access to new things. Okay. What does this look like? Whoa. Wait, hang on. If this is our normal legendary substation, and then this is... Wait, so that's a legendary substation. This is a normal quality, bigger substation. And then we have an experimental nucleonic substation, which I feel like should have uranium in it. But anyway, oh my goodness. And then legendary ones are like that. Hey, that's actually really cool. If we pop over into here and set one of these up, because that looks pretty easy to make in legendary quality. Although, is it worth it? Yeah, you know what? I'm not even sure it's worth bothering to get... Oh. Oh. Oh no. They don't have wire reach. That's annoying. So then some of them are going to overlap. What if we did... What if we did a power pole? Oh, the power pole doesn't reach. We would have to go for a nuclear one. Not a nuclear one, a legendary one. Although, there are the... No, we can't do the bigger ones. Can't do that one. Can't do that one. Okay, yeah, so it's gonna have to be legendary big electric poles. So it doesn't even have to be legendary ones. We could just do the slightly higher quality ones. And then this connects up like that. All right. And then how does this look for solar power? We could do tiny ones. Actually, what's the efficiency on that? 6.5 kilowatts. And that's a 1 by 1 instead of a 3 by 3. So 6.5 times 9. 58. Yeah, it's worse. Okay, so we still want the bigger ones. How many of these? Oh, yeah, okay. If we grabbed... Actually, I wonder if we could get away with just doing a setup that's a little cheesy. It looks a bit more substation-y. But if we did something like this... nah, I don't like that. No, we're gonna have to go for the uncommon one. Let's grab accumulators. And then we need solar panels. There we go, nice. Nice. Yeah, that's a lot. Hang on, we can fit a few more of these down here. Okay, so that's plenty of power and reach. And then, yeah, he's gonna miss out on a few, but we can use his space up. I think there's something cool that we can do in here. I just gotta find it. Logistic beacon. How far do these reach? No, it can't quite reach all the way. Okay, that's annoying. All right, so it looks like we're going to need the small ones then. They're really, really tiny ones, just to fill that space up. Or we could put it there, fill that up, and then we can do 2 accumulators here. What do we think, chat? Do we like that better? I like it because it's straight here. And if we copy this down... Does he connect? No, he doesn't. The next thing I need is... Oh my god, this is hard to see. I think that's in the middle. Maybe we move them up slightly so we can fit a couple of these solar panels in. Stick these together. And then stick that in, and yeah, that'll be good. Stick that in there. All right, so that's going to be our power solution. That's going to be a solar cell. Then we need to do the same thing with accumulators, but that should be easy to do. And if I copy this, We should be able to just stack it. Yeah, that works. That works. How much power are we generating? These. I don't know what that's doing there, but we are producing a little bit of power. It's not much. It's really not much. So we are going to be relying solely on the nuclear power. And that's okay. In that case, I'm going to need access to accumulators. I'm going to need access to those nice and big things here. We have the... What's the difference between the... Oh, hang on. One of them just doesn't use concrete. It has to be done in an electromagnetic plant. Okay, yep, we can do that. Yep, that seems easy to do. How many of these things do we have? Not many. Yeah, okay. What I'm going to do is create another one of these things. And then I need a requester chest. I won't bother with a requester chest for the time being. This thing needs to make power poles, big electric poles. I need to throw some quality modules in there. I want the green quality ones. They're the perfect size. Then we need some inserters here. Inserter to come out. Yep, then I just need to grab a bunch of steel. If I can find the steel. Yeah, here we go. There's steel there. Copper wires I'll grab from a chest somewhere else. And then I need iron rods, which I think we can grab from a chest up north. Past the Valley of Dead Frames. Alternatively, I could just stick... Yeah, maybe I'll just do that. Yeah, let's see if we can redo this. Hang on. Do I have any electromag plants here? No. Let me quickly run back and grab the electromagnetic plant. And I might upgrade the original factory to use it to make the poles. No, that texture changed. A little bit of a detour from what I was originally hoping to do today, which was head to a new planet, but I guess we have to get this done. At least this happened while we're here on Narvis and not away. How disastrous would that have been? Might have made for an entertaining stream, though. And there we go, and then this needs to make the power poles, the big poles. And some quality modules. And then he needs to output, he needs to filter the power poles so that only the normals come out. And then we need another one that does the power poles but of a higher quality. Cool, there we go. And then I need 2 chests. Ah, and I'm out of passive provider chests in Legendary. No more disastrous than normal. It's not that bad, right? Okay, that's going to be crafting for us. Very slowly. What else do we need in the meantime? We need to get working on these things, the advanced. I suppose I can just manually set those up. Yeah, that won't be too bad. Set up a few of these. These are both the same recipes. I'm going to pick that one. And then this one is this recipe. Here we go, big electric poles. We don't think I'll bother with... Oh, hang on, we can do productivity modules in these. Oh, how about that? That's cool. And then I need a whole bunch of copper plates. Those are legendaries, I don't want those. I mean, there's copper ore in here. Pick up copper plates from there. Sweet. And I need advanced circuits. I'll just grab them from the train. We're going to be doing quite a bit of crafting today, unfortunately. Oh boy, that's 0.13 per second. No. Alright, whatever. And then we need some processing units, which I think are just sitting around everywhere. As expected, I'm a mess, as we've probably all come to know. So that's a productivity of 175%, which is really, really good. How have we gone over here? Do we have... Oh no, okay, no, we need those passive provider chests. Was I crafting them anywhere? I don't think I was. Let's switch this over to legendary bigger chests. Do I have any legendary steel chests? Yes, I do. Nice. There we go. Passive provider chests. Sweet. Now, while that's happening, let's figure out what a design's going to be like for one of these really big setups. So if I quickly do an experiment, currently we only have a 2x2 reactor setup here. Actually, this isn't. This is normal quality. We have a 2x2. I'm not sure if I can expense a full legendary version of that. How much do these cost? Yeah, I don't have a very reliable setup of legendary stuff right now, especially since the ships are all stuck. Actually, how is this thing doing? Okay, it's full of science, I guess. That's fine. Actually, yeah, technomancers. I've noticed there's this thing out here called the Novice Asteroid Anomaly. And it says it's a compact debris lane near Novice. Platforms that hold position here continue to face a steady stream of small asteroids, making it a controlled but constant salvage hazard. And if we have a look here, the small metallic asteroids keep climbing up until they get to 108 per minute. 108 per minute, so that's kind of got my curiosity piqued. If I... The only problem that's 200 per minute. I don't know what sort of scariness that's going to be. Shall we perhaps send Apollo 13 in there? Maybe not Apollo 13, it goes too fast. Electric Boogaloo, perhaps. We add a station to the asteroid anomaly and tell him to go. If this is not too much for the ships to handle, we could send the Technomancers back in. Platform named Apollo 13. Yep. Yep, that's accurately describes what happened to it. It was supposed to be my attempt at the Shattered Planet, and unfortunately, it shattered before it even got to the trip for the Shattered Planet, which is really unfortunate. So it's kind of just become my high-speed transport hauler at the moment. But high speed is something I don't think we're exactly... Whoa! Oh geez, we're taking hits, we're taking hits. Okay, Technomancers are definitely not going to be able to handle this, I don't think. Especially considering they don't make a large amount of ammo. It seems like average Apollo 13, yep. I mean, we could maybe try one. We got rid of these and switch to that. And just make him go back and forth. Yeah, we could try that. Fingers crossed this doesn't go horribly wrong. Fingers crossed. Yep, there's a lot of them. And we are traveling at half the speed of the other ship, so this should be fine. Maybe. Come on, turrets, don't let me down. Please. Oh. Oh. Wait, we might be fine. We might be fine. I don't want to speak too soon though. It does get quite dense up here. Okay, and then he makes it. He's got plenty of rocks to cycle. And then he turns around and heads back to Narvis. Yeah. That actually looks really good. I might copy that and paste it onto the other Technomancers and they can get going with the same thing. Then we'll have access to legendary stuff again. Oh, we can't even pick up everything. There's just way too much stuff. Okay, hang on. Let's head to Narvis and pause the thrust. I think it might be a good time to upgrade these inserters. Oh, wait a minute. There's no quality modules in... Wait a second. Huh? Okay, that's an issue. This thing is not going to be cycling any quality. Right, dang it. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to make a platform for Aquila in my super modded playthrough, but current flagship can't even get through the asteroid belt. We probably have similar mods, actually. This asteroid belt is deadly. I do have a ship that's currently stuck up here because he can't make it back home. I have another ship that did successfully make it to the Shattered Planet, but he now can't get through because I added another mod which added this set of planets in there, and now I can't get to Aquila, and as a result of that I can't get fusion cells back into my main system. So my fusion plants have all died, which is what I'm trying to solve today. I'm highly concerned, however, about serious lack in thingos. Aquila as a moon of a gas giant. That seems pretty cool, not gonna lie. Yeah, this from this mod called Secretus. which is also paired with a couple other mods as well. You can check out the Outer Rim mod that has dependencies on a bunch of these planets, and you can add them together in one go. But Secretus adds a whole bunch of stuff. You actually got to build in orbit around the gas giant, but then you get access to some higher quality modules, tier 4 modules, spaceships apparently. You can increase your worker robot size. There's a technology in here for flying robot frame productivity, which is awesome. Time to add more mods to my already really modded playthrough. Yeah. And there's also a technology somewhere in there for increased belt stack size as well to go above the vanilla 4. I did make it to the Shattered Planet, and then I added mods that added more planets in the way that has now cut me off. And some of these trips have been modified to be even more deadly. So that's fun. Yeah, and I can't currently unlock this trip because I need technology from the other planets before I can actually reach and unlock this tech. Okay, so I need to grab these quality modules, hop up to my Technomancers, and fit these in. Really unfortunate that for some reason we lost the quality modules in there. I'm not exactly sure what happened. But anyway, that's a thing now. And then I should be able to copy the whole thing. And paste it onto every other ship. And then I need to obviously insert my modules. That's a lot of rocket launchers. I'll let the robots handle the rest of that. Alright, so maybe we can work on quality nuclear reactors. Because they produce quite a lot of power. So if that's the case, let's stick a bunch of legendaries. Now, legendaries are going to give us heat. This 2x2 system here would only, however, give us... Let me fill this. This 2x2 system here would only give us 200% neighbor bonus. However, if we move this up and activate these, that is now a 300% neighbor bonus. That is awesome. So then if we just stack them up in a line that just keeps going, that's going to be giving us a lot of power. But the next problem is we need space to be able to put that in. So if I move this out... Cousin, hey! How you doing? Welcome back, welcome back. If we do some sort of gap like this, actually, I'll move this back one more. And then if we had, say, some tunnels. Like that. And then I could have some inserters. Like that. And then we probably need one more inserter, don't we? They're in a 3x3, are they more efficient? They would absolutely be, but how do you insert the cells becomes the problem. There's no space to be able to place. You can't give a cell to the guy in the middle, unfortunately. Otherwise, yes. He would be getting a 400% neighbor bonus, but yeah, that becomes an issue. think I need to weave this. So we weave this back up the top. Like that. And then we can extract the bad fuel cells. Yes. Yes, the bad fuel cells come out the top. Nice. So if that's our reactor and delivery system. And then we need to turn that into steam. So we now have access to these extreme heat exchangers, which that's in the assembler. There's a version we can cast. Yeah, this one. We'd make these in a foundry. Casting plant. How do we get a casting plant? Oh, hang on. We can make a casting plant. With hazard concrete. Yeah, okay, we can do that. We can probably get some crazy amount of productivity out of that. Nice. But yeah, we need to make the extreme heat exchanger. That needs tungsten plate, tungsten carbide heat exchangers, and super heat exchangers. Super heat exchangers need the same stuff and heat exchangers. Okay, so we just need a crazy amount of heat exchangers. I think we can do that. But yeah, we'd have access to legendary qualities of these. So let's plop them down. That gives us steam. Water would have to come in from somewhere. Heat pipe goes in. How am I going to lay the water, I think? Yeah, how are we going to lay the water? We can do water like that. I can't get access to the overhead pipes yet, unfortunately. So we're going to have to do some sort of wacky setup. Oh, yes, and then steam needs to come across here. Yes, we can do this. Steam comes out like that. And then we get these pipe to grounds. They connect together like that. Yes. So this is going to be water. Sweet. Works. Now, if we do the math, I want to make a nice horizontal row of these things. Let's just get rid of that. I want to make a nice horizontal row of these heat exchangers that consumes enough heat from one of these guys. So if we just do the math on this. So this guy does 400 megawatts of heat. These guys consume 150 megawatts each. Ooh, so what's the ratio on that? That's 400. It's 2.6. That's 2.5. So this is way too much. So 4 of these is probably as many as we need. And then we would just copy that for each reactor. Except we need a good ratio of these, so I need to build enough of these together until I get a tileable design. Copy this, copy this. Yep, there is not enough heat going on in this thing. Turn all these guys on. I like how tileable this is. This is really nice. There we go, there's steam. At what point do we get this joint here? That's one tile above. That's the same tile. We drop this one more. Yep, there we go. That's it there. So that's the tile. I need to grab all of that. There we go. So now I should be able to just copy all this. Yep, and that turns blue. Sweet. Hey, welcome. High speed. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? So yeah, are you still streaming? Yep, there you go. I guess you're at the end of your stream. No, you're good. How was your stream? Was it good? Did you get up to good Factorio shenanigans? Hey, heck yeah, thanks for the raid. Welcome everybody, welcome, welcome. Hope you're all doing well. Just trying to figure out a new power plant design with nuclear because we lost our power plant because I added a whole bunch of mods that has cut me off from Aquila, so I can't get fusion cells back to Navis anymore until I get some more tech from other planets that lets me get back to Aquila safely. And I've got a bit of a problem. Actually, a bit of a problem is an understatement. Because this wall is going to go down, my fusion plant is completely run out, which is not fun. And yeah, I'm just trying to figure out a new a new nuclear power solution. Killed biters and worms and such. That's good, that's good. They deserve every bit of menace we cause to them. I have a little bit of a biter infestation problem I need to deal with. These guys are huge. 480,000. Yep, they can chill there, and they're probably everywhere else as well. But yeah, just trying to figure out a nice tileable design for this thing. But we got steam here, so now the next thing we can do is put that into a steam converter. And I think they're the same size as the reactors, which is beautiful because that means I can just stack them together like that. Oh yeah. And then we can tell them to do the extreme torque generation. That's some different stuff. Yeah, I've got a really modded game. I was playing it basically vanilla all the way until the end. And I reached the big old 4 million kilometer stuff. And then yeah, I decided I'd add a whole bunch of mods because my setup here on Navis using the Space Age DLC, I have this massive lab setup, which you can't see right now because my radars are all dead, but it's basically just all of this tiled across this whole thing, and that gets me 1 million science per minute. But it causes so much lag. My frame rate in UPS is down to sub 30 because of just how many inserters and other crazy things there are around. So I thought, as a bit of a fun challenge, Agri Science must be a nightmare for that. Oh, it absolutely was. I had a setup on Gleba that used to be here. Actually, I think I still have the blueprint for my Gleba Science. I had a whole bunch of these things just like stacked 6 ways. And they would be taking the fruits and turning them into agricultural science. But I just had problems where the fruit wasn't enough. Every time I tried to get more fruit, there somehow still wasn't enough. I ended up with a farm this big, which is now empty because I've decommissioned it. But it was huge, and it still wasn't enough. I can't believe how much fruit you need on Gleba just to do it. But with the new mods we do have access to new tech. I really despise Gleba solely for the spoiled mechanic. Oh, Spoilage is the bane of my existence. As you can see, there is so much spoilage everywhere. But I do have these new greenhouses thanks to a mod, and you can use them to grow spoilage with quality, I believe. But that's a whole supply chain that you have to figure out, and I'm not good at managing spoilage and stuff, so that's why I haven't figured that out. But we'll get to it eventually, because there's a ton of stuff we need the Gleber science from. The angry science. Gleber is so fun. Blasphemy! Get him out of here! Okay, we need to flip this around. There we go, that's producing extreme torque, and then we can run the extreme torque into our... No, it's not the extreme torque turbine, is it? That's 40 megawatts each. Yeah, I'm not a fan of how much space that takes up, but we can do this guy. Wait, that's a steam turbine? This consumes 100 per second of extreme torque. This turns 900 steam into 805 steam, and... Oh, wait a minute. I wish more things spoiled. No, stop! You're the kind of person who'd be up for developing a mod that makes all iron-based products rust and copper-based products oxidize. That is evil. That is evil. Okay, so we turn steam into slightly colder steam. Oh, but it's colder steam, so we can't use that to make more steam. So it's not an infinite steam loop. However, we get torque. Torque can go into an extreme torque turbine. Like that. And then we take the rest of the cold steam. We can't heat that up, can we? No, you can't. Okay, hang on. However, we can repurpose it for the other things. The four-way steam turbine. Oh, this is going to be a bit of a chain here. We can't do a nice tile design over there. Okay, well, what if we... cut these out. Bring this over. How much is this going to be producing? Let's assume 400 megawatts into here. We got... I'm bad at math. 400 by 150 is 2.67. So 2.67 times... What's the production rate of this? 955 per second. That's going to be 2,546.6 steam per second. Remember that number, chat. So you don't have to remember it for long, because I can just plug it into here. The temperature is at 800. Steam, 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 steam. 800. Exactly... I don't know how much we can do. It's in a percentage, so that's kind of useless to us. Let's just assume there's enough coming through here. 2,546. This does 900 per second. Oh wait, yeah, 900 per second. So 2,546 divided by 900 is 2.8. So we could do 3 of these guys. However, what about a legendary? A legendary consumes 2.2, so you'd need a bit higher than a legendary. So if we conjoin them together like that, maybe? Oh, actually, no, we can run them sideways. Yeah, let's run them sideways. And do a quick infinity pipe. Steam at 800. No, you can't run them sideways because that's an output port. Right, okay. This has to be an input port. Steam comes out that side, then the torque comes out this side. Yes, okay. I'm not happy by the fact that this isn't symmetrical. Hang on, let's try and see if we can fix that. Does anybody else here bother with keeping things symmetrical? Or is it just me? Okay, so that's producing. Then the steam needs to go somewhere, so that's where we need the 4 ways. And we'll use legendary ones of these. I love my stuff symmetrical. Yeah, exactly. It has to be symmetrical, otherwise, no. Okay, what if we move this up? And use some long pipes. Ooh, you know what would be fun? Yeah, you know what would be fun? Actually, do these get neighbor bonuses? No, it does not. Okay. You know what would be fun? Let's see if we can use the really big ducts. We get a duct intake. Yes, this will be cool. And then we get an outtake. Oh, yeah. Yeah, heavy duty. This is cool. How's this looking on our ratios now? Let's cut this and move it down. Can we add any more of these? These are filling up. How do we make these things? Do we... Hang on, we can cast them. Yeah, we can afford legendary ones. Okay. So if we change this out to legendary... Oh, we get equilibrium. It's emptying. It's not symmetrical, but spaghetti. Okay, it empties. Hang on, let's start removing some. I don't think rate calculator can tell us what the power production is, can it? Oh no, it can, it can. It's 1.7 gigawatts. Just from this. The question is, can we do speed? We can do speed! Wait, chat, we can do speed! Which means we can handle more steam. Which means we need more steam. Oh no. Speed is key, yes. So we can process the steam faster, which means we can push in some more. Okay, hang on. So if we erase that, what if we copied this again onto the other side? Yeah, what if we dupe this? Flip it. I have a feeling you despise my power setup on Vulcanus. I mean, Vulcanus is just Vulcanus, right? It's just turbine spam, right? And then I've just kind of stepped it around everywhere because I couldn't be bothered shipping foundations over there. But, okay, so that's kind of neat. What do we do next? Can we possibly... Into extreme plus storage tanks. Ooh. Can we possibly use the big ducts? I imagine we can. Hang on. This won't connect up, will it? No, I don't think that's connecting up. Okay. But if we connect it up in the middle, there's a cross. Oh, yes, there we go. Yeah, okay. Taking it to extreme plus storage tanks, 54 million units of steam buffered in case my acid neutralization ever stops for some reason. That's smart. I've definitely had acid neutralization stop. I think what I did to solve that though was I isolated it from the grid. Never mind, I didn't. I did at some point. I isolated it into its own solar grid. But then I got to a point where I needed more and more sulfuric acid than the solar panels could supply power to, so then I just bit the bullet and plugged it back in again. But yeah, I probably still need to improve. I can probably do some setup like this, actually. Ooh, wait a minute. Wait, hang on. I've had a brilliant idea. And this is going to be super, super scuffed. Wait, hang on. So, volcanous lava, right? You take the lava. We love scuffed here. Exactly. That's what this channel's about. You take the lava and then make steam. Can we hang on. Can we use the lava to make steam? Alternate recipes. No, that's cold. The rain mod works on Vulcanus. Where would the water come from? Well, my idea is we can get lava on Narvis in a rather unconventional way involving nukes. you can drop nukes down and it makes lava out of the ground. So I thought, what if we just then pump that lava and turn water into steam that's really hot, but then I don't think you can actually do that. Like lava here can't make steam anywhere, so that's really upsetting. So there goes that idea. There might be a mod for that. There probably is. Let's look it up. Factorio lava steam mod. There's a thermoelectric generator which turns lava to electricity. No, I don't want that. Can't find one that does just steam. But like that would be a pretty fun idea. I think we gotta still go with this. So we have this set up here. Unfortunately, it's quite a lot bigger. Quite a lot bigger than what I had. However, because it's bigger... Ooh, yes, okay, hang on. Because it's a lot bigger, that just means we can afford to have bigger sections. Hang on. We gotta copy this until we can get a tileable array. Bear with me, chat. How many of these until it tessellates? There we go. So that's the new, if that's the new size. No, wait, hang on, that's not the new block size. It's still going. How much power are we producing? Yes. Is this an odd number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You should see if the game registers terawatts. I think it does. I think I've seen terawatts before. Not personally, but I think I've seen someone do it. And if that's the case, I want to generate terawatts. I think that's the tessellating unit. Or is it? Oh. Terawatts might be done in space exploration because space exploration, yeah. Huge mod. How many times do I need to copy this until it tessellates? Oh my goodness. Now, surely I've missed the tessellation already. That must be it. Like, they must have already done it. Hang on. I copy this, and then we move it down until the whole thing turns blue. That's when we know we've tessellated it. There. Okay, so that is the tessellation right there. And then we need our water. Water probably also needs to come down in one of those really big ducts. So I need an outlet. Exhaust, as they call them. Question is, how do we fit this? We're gonna need an underground duct. Followed by a pipe. Yep, that'll work. Come on, autosave. And these travel across. Okay, I think I need another cross pipe. Like that. How much water do you need? Yes. We cut that. Actually, I know. Cut that. Paste it there. Copy this. Actually, copy this whole thing. Paste it in here. This is insane. Yep, this is... We've officially gone insane. Okay, and then how much of these can we fill? Power! Come on! So what I should do is a loader. Followed by a stack loader. Okay, hang on. Stack loader. Stack loader. Nice. Remove unfiltered items. This is going to provide... Uni rocks were so resistant to radiation. Yeah. Uranium fuel cells come out there. Oh, wait, no. Hang on. We don't even need this blue one. Whoops. We just need to flip the red ones. And then we can flip these ones and we should be good. Yep, alright, sweet. Oops. There we are. And then obviously the other side here we just have the same thing pasted on the other side. Blueprint with duct intake cannot be flipped. That's not fun. Why not? Why noi? Why noi? That's so annoying. Okay. Can we copy this? Nope, exhaust can't be flipped either. Alright, fine. Well, we'll keep working on this one side. So we now have an ample amount of steam happening. No input fluid. Ah, but we need the input fluid. That must be annoying. It sure is. Just like the rails. I always found the rails to be quite annoying as well. Okay, but let's assume that we have a good amount of throughput. There's going to be water. I hate trains. The rails are quite annoying to place, but everything else about trains is really cool. I do like trains. The question now is, how much heat can we handle? Can we turn up the heat? And why are some of these already down to 6? What the heck? How are these so low already? Okay, there we go. That's going to give us... Yep, that's coming through. That's plenty and plenty and plenty of steam. Heat pipes are still heating up. They perchance getting pulled out by long inserters. They shouldn't be. They should only be pulling out the depleted cells. Let's turn off the trash here and we'll see what shows up. It's possible. Shouldn't be, but it's possible. Anything's possible when you have this many mods installed. Okay, so that's now producing us plenty, but I just want to see. I'm gonna send this over here just for the time being, and then I want to grab one of these units. Might move our solar design template over there. It would help if the loader going into the chest was also facing the right way. Yes. Yes. Good spotting. Holy moly, I missed that completely. Thank you, thank you. So let's get rid of these infinity pipes. We're now going to be relying on the steam that this produces. Which means I need an exhaust. Let's shift this up a little bit actually, and we'll do a cross thingo. On my K2 loaders, I've gotten used into the Chevron Aaron directions. Yes. Oh, it slots so perfectly in there, but that's not how it's gonna work. Oh, that's painful. Okay, I gotta make sure that that doesn't connect. And then I need some regular pipes. Oh yeah. Yep, that's coming through now. So basically, now I need a cross duct here. Let's copy this. Now I just need to adjust the amount of machines we have here until we completely satisfy the whole equilibrium thing. I'm not doing well with my words today. Okay, extreme torque. You could do with some more. You could still do with some more. You could still do with some more. Let's just double it. Okay, yeah, that did it. The steam, however, is in trouble, so we need to move this further up. What mod adds the ducts? Fluid must flow. Yes, fluid must flow. Awesome mod. I've only just started using it. How far can we jump these? Can't jump them far enough to be able to support the length of two of these. However, ooh. How far can one of these underground ducts go? Oh, it goes so far. How many tiles is that? Hang on. 29 tiles. Holy, that's crazy. Okay. Can we arrange this in such a way? Undergrounds, yeah. Oh, it just won't quite reach. Okay, but what if we type that in? Like that. That's not gonna fit. Man, this is tricky. Did you fix the power? No, I have not, but we're working on it. We're coming up with a new big design. Big and stupid. Yeah, I've installed some new mods to try and build something that scales way higher. To supersede fusion. Them some big pipes, good lord, yes. They are huge. And look how far the underground distance goes. Amazing. Might just need some more lube. Yes, lube. We need lube to actually craft some of these things. These turbines need 5,000. Okay. Admittedly, I've modified the recipe to these things because the original ones were dirt cheap, but I've modified them to require lubricant because I think that's fun. We need the steam to come into here. No, that's... Yeah, we can't do a design like this, I don't think. Because that's not going to manifold. Unless... Unless we need something like this. Oh, which is literally what we've got here. Okay, no, that's... Oh, wait, hang on, no. We can do something like this. If we had an exhaust that then manifolds. Yep, and then this pipe joins up for that amount of steam. Hate things that are odd numbered wide when my stuff's even numbered wide. Yes, very, very annoying. Okay, no, I've got it. I figured it out, chat. Steam comes through the main duct in the middle. And then, now that we have some space in here, we can fit some beacons, which will speed this up even further. I think we can even fit a few of these. We copied this unit and paste it there. Okay, and then... Oh yeah, here we go. Here's the problem. They're not symmetrical. However, if we... Okay, but that's our duct exhaust. This is a pipe to ground that then needs to join up with a main duct. Yep, so we need an intake. Which would probably look something like this. And then we need cross duct. And another cross duct. Then a main duct. Here we go. That all allows that to flow, and then the main steam comes in through here. We can do an underground duct. That jumps all the way up to there. Then we can manage... No, actually, hang on. This needs to go here. These guys need to jump up all the way up there. Let's move this further up. Move this across. And this is because we now need the four-way turbines. Okay, so we grab our four-way steam turbines in Legendary. They're just going to happen here. So we grab another one of these ducts. How many times can we say the word duct today? And then this needs to turn into an exhaust. Ducks? Where? Where are these ducks? Ooh. And because these now pass the steam through each other. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh. Wait, that's actually awesome. And then can we tile these now? I still don't think it tessellates correctly, but that's fine. That's fine. Get ducked. Ducked to you. And then we fill that. That's going to give crazy speed to these things. Yep, that's pretty ridiculous. And then extreme torque comes out of these things, and that then needs to move up to here. Now, I'm just, for the sake of this, going to turn that into an exhaust. And we now have to play around with the equilibrium levels. I have no idea what's happening. Big power generation is happening. So the principle is nuclear power, or nuclear reactors turn uranium fuel cells into heat. Heat then goes into your standard heat pipes and then your heat exchangers. But we have extreme heat exchangers which are able to heat the steam to 800 degrees Celsius. Then that goes through these really fat pipes into the steam converters, which takes the steam and spins its own little turbines inside into extreme torque. And the torque is then, I guess because they didn't bother making shafts and things, the torque becomes a fluid. It gets represented as a fluid that then gets sent into the extreme torque turbines, and that's like your steam turbine, but now it's torque. And they make 100 megawatts each. But then you also get a second byproduct out of this. So you turn the 800 degrees steam. Yeah, you turn the 800 degree steam into 750 degree steam. So you can't just pipe it back in to turn it into more infinite in an infinite loop. However, you can use the 750 degree steam in these guys, these four-way steam turbines, and they produce even more power. Wait a minute, hang on, they've got an efficiency of 200%. Yeah, so they produce 600 megawatts of power each. Up to, anyway. The only problem is, that's convoluted. Well, I mean, it's nuclear power, right? I'm sure... I'm sure, the real process is a lot more convoluted than this. But it's basically just steam power, right? That's how nuclear power works. At least that's how we're harnessing it at the moment. The only problem is steam's not coming through quick enough for some reason. Oh wait, hang on, this steam is full. Ah, right, because I forgot to connect this up. Boom. Yeah, there we go. The steam's hooked up. You know, unfortunately, not all of this is getting... It's not at 100% upkeep. We have a fluid ingredient shortage. The steam is falling. Okay. Why is the steam falling? One of the most advanced energy systems in the world. It's a really weird way of just boiling water and turning a DC motor. Yep. That's where our technology has got us to. Wait, hang on. So this thing... What do you mean low temperature? These are at max temperature. That's working. That's working. That's not working. Okay, we might actually have too many of these. I cut some of these out. Doesn't make tea. No, we don't drink tea here. I mean, some of you might, but... We drink questionable science packs here. Why are these all low temperature? So I need to balance the amount of heat we have here until we get all of these online, because that's the problem. Everything comes back to boiling water and making magnets spin. Yeah. Don't drink science and eat tech cards. Are they, how do they taste? Are they chips? Are they chippy? Okay, how many of these do I need to erase? There is an upgrade we can do for this. I have spotted there's a thing called a gold heat pipe, which has a lower specific heat than copper. I wonder if that would... It does. So we would have to redo this design when we get access to gold heat pipes from Secretus. It's like eating RAM, but with like a knowledge boost. Alright, so what you're saying is, in this economy, it's an absolute rich man's food. Okay, that is heating up. What is full? Oh, it's heating up because they're not outputting, right. If you can make them. Ooh. There you go, big brain. This is still not... Hang on, how many of these do I need to erase? This is ridiculous. Once we figure this out, we'll have a good amount of power on our hands. Why are you dropping? Fluid dynamics are weird. I think that actually was functioning correctly. Now, there is another version of this thing. How hot does the MOX reactor get? Let's try one of... Oh, jeez, he's tiny. He's tiny. And then he takes mixed oxide fuel cells. Let's just do the cheap ones. How hot does this get? What in the quality? Yes. I should show you my really hyper busted idea for maximum power generation. Sitting around here somewhere. Here we go. So I have this setup, right? Where we take depleted mixed oxide fuel cells. And then we get rid of them and make mixed oxide waste solution. But I have so much productivity that it actually comes out and produces more ingredients than what is used to then put back in to make the fuel cells. And then I get infinite power from these guys. However, this is still going to be the same setup, or the same sort of principles as what's going on over here with our new design. The only difference is instead of nuclear, it's these big guys. You're saying F you to conservation of energy? Yep, exactly. We're at that point of the game where we don't care anymore. Yeah, these guys are huge and enormous, so I'm gonna have to try and figure out. But a max level of that is 880 megawatts, and then times that by 4 for the maximum neighborhood bonus is 3.5 gigawatts of power comes out of one of these guys, which is beautiful. Been doing it with coal snakes, might as well have been doing it with literal fission reactors. Exactly. Exactly, you get it. Okay, so we are producing torque. We are producing power. You can't put productivity on barreling water. Well, you say that. Actually, no, yeah, you're right, you're right. But I do have access to these lubrication towers, and I've modded them a little bit. But what they allow for, they can accept productivity modules, and they don't run on power, they run on lubricant. So to build a fully sustainable factory with maximum productivity, you have to provide a lot of lube. And that is doable if you have a good infinite supply of jelly nuts. So what I could do is build a greenhouse. Let's throw it to max quality. You can do a greenhouse producing jelly nuts, and then you can turn the jelly nuts straight into lubricant and seeds and nutrients. Gleber mentioned, well, we can do this anywhere. It doesn't have to be on Gleber. So there you go. Alternatively, there are other ways to make lubricant, however. Let me have a look. Fluids. But jelly nut. Brain fruits, I call them. Heavy oil. How else can we make heavy oil? Wait, that's what it's used in. Hang on. Recipes. Carbon and calcite. Okay. How do you do carbon? Because calcite's easy. That's just fish. Okay, you can burn wood and you can burn wood into carbon, so you can do wood in a greenhouse. Just pull it straight from the seas of Fulgora. Yes, but then we have to get it over to the other planets is the only issue. My end goal for all of this is to build full science production up in space. So have a nice stream. Hey Ling, welcome, welcome. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I want to try and get the science per minute up in space on a ship, and I have a whole bunch of mods that help me achieve that. Wait a minute. What's happened here? Why is there blood everywhere? Oh! Right. Damn it, that's not problem solved. There you go, that's problem solved. The prisoners are escaping. See, that's causing too much damage. It might have to be something a little less damaging. Yeah, we'll do these guys. There we go. Problem solved. Tesla should do it, maybe mixed with lasers. The lasers will be fine. Yeah, they're spoiling on the belt. Yeah, this will be fine. So I need to figure out the ratio of what this is going to be good for. Okay, that pipe runs straight down, so that's parallel. Weak to electric, right, and it should stun. I think my laser damage is high enough that it insta-zaps them. Yeah, there you go. They all just died. Yeah, we should be able to insta-zap them with these things. They're pretty crazy on their damage. 50 plus 7, 10. That is symmetrical. Nice. Ooh, not quite symmetrical. That is rather annoying. Barrel casting should be a thing. It should. Same with engine casting. One of the mods I have does add engine casting. But I feel like engine casting should be a base game feature because, you know, we have cast iron block engines. How efficient is this? It's not the most efficient, is it? I need a barrel. I want to barrel lava and Steve, yeah. I need a barrel water, hydrogen, and oxygen for my space platforms. Yeah. You can't put productivity in here, can you? No. Hang on, what's a degradation module do? Speed and minus quality. That sounds useless. Let's not bother with that. That has low temperature. How hot are these things getting? 1,000 degrees is all they do, so that's kind of not great. However, a MOX fuel cell has 3 gigajoules versus 8. Yeah, okay, that's just not worth it. Let's not bother with that. Should barrel water on a space station drop it down to planets that need it? If you send down a barrel of water to Vulcanus, does it turn into a barrel of steam? I suppose it can. No, it can't because of pressure. Yeah. The pressure wouldn't let it expand. So this just isn't getting hot enough. Yeah, as soon as we get to this one, it's not hot enough. So really, I need to take those out. And we can only handle these ones. Okay. Alright, alright. I see you, game. And then this evidently is not at max efficiency. However, that is. Alright, chat, I have a question for you. For those of you in the know, is it okay to have the efficiency of this fluctuate, or not efficiency, is it okay to have the power fluctuating like that? Or would you rather it just be constant and then just fill up on excess steam? I kind of don't like the idea of it doing excess steam. What if we did a normal quality one? No, that's still going to fluctuate. I suppose it doesn't exactly matter. You know, how are these guys going? Can I chop some of this off? Can I chop that off? Yes. Can I chop that off? Can I chop that off? No, that's starting to fill up. Okay. Looks like this is the setup. Shoot, hang on. It looks like that's the setup, chat. I think that's kind of cool. So now we know that this setup here can supply this whole thing here. It shouldn't dip like this when it's in use because you'd have to use 100% of its output. I think the way that the blueprint sandbox works is it's an electrified floor, so I think it's sucking up all the power 100% of the time just for experimentation's sake. I think that's what it's doing. Anyway, so we now know that this can supply this whole thing. Which means I need a turn. So I need a turn there. Oh, this is cool. I really like that these are not bound to a 2x2 grid like the tracks are. This is really cool. Is that 2x2 grid that the tracks are stuck on annoys me to no end. And pumps help for more pressure. That's a good point. Oh no, I don't think so actually, because our problem is not, our bottleneck is not actually, I messed this up. Our bottleneck is not the speed at which we can send fluids, but it's more the amount of heat we're able to send to the heat exchangers. Which is the problem. I would need to find some way to introduce more heat to the system. The other reactors need fuel. Yeah, I'm going to copy this and mirror it onto the other side once we're done with this. Might do another turn. I like the turn pieces, they're cool. These whole big duct things are really cool. There we go. And then obviously I'd need to figure out where to place the power connections. We could try one of the giga substation thingos. Yeah, that works. A single one of those placed into there picks up all the power. And that is... Holy crap! Is that really coming out of here? Hang on, can we turn off the electrified floor? Wait. Oh, these things need... Oh, these things need power. Wow, okay, hang on. We can do a big power pole. Power that up. Okay, why don't you have power? Steam. Steam is not going anywhere. Why is Steam not going anywhere? They don't have any sort of power intake that they require. We've got water. Output is full, so we have maximum steamage. Let's just delete and paste them back in. Yeah, that steam just gets completely filled up. Oh, because it's not consuming the power, right? Okay, yep. Can I do the math on this? Supposedly there's 6.2 gigawatts coming out of this thing. So I guess it works? Question mark. Alright, well, that's the design. So the next thing we need to do now is copy it over to the other side. But the problem is we can't just easily copy and paste and flip and all that kind of stuff. Because the blueprints with duct intakes cannot be flipped. So these exhaust things, these intake things, they can't be flipped. So we gotta cut them out. Which is really, really annoying. Not exactly sure why they can't be flipped. There we go, now we can flip it. And then I gotta paste everything back in again. Yay! Yeah, this is power generation on steroids. Okay, I need to restore this. And I need to restore this. And this. And this. I think that's all of it. Then we just need to get water in. Oh, and of course, this. There we go. There's some power. Yes. So then all we have to do is just copy this and spam it a bunch of times. In fact, we could flip it. If we copied it and flipped it vertically. Of course we can't flip it vertically. That would be too easy. Oh my goodness. Just to be annoying, isn't it? Make a decon planner to remove duct exhaust. I probably should. But I'm lazy. I'm lazy and I enjoy the pain apparently. No, I absolutely should. Actually, I probably need to increase my, or deal with my hotbar. A lot of these items are outdated. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Why do I have these? Okay, let's delete that. We want to delete the ports. That thing, and we want to delete that thing. Nice. Flip it whoop. Flip it vertically. And we can deconstruct that. And then we need a gap of 2 tiles. And then we can use the cross-section piece. Bring these up together, and then that would come through some major water duct. Yeah. I think that works. And then obviously we'd have belts traveling around as well. So for example, we would have belt coming in. Ah. This is the part where things get a little sticky. I need more space, don't I? Oh wait, hang on, no, unless we cut this back, that over a tunnel. There we go, so the uranium cells come along here, they join into there. Underground water pipe. I kind of like the long overhead pipe though. I wanted to see if I can do this. No, yeah, you're right, you're right. I'm not going to be able to fit this. Okay, this pipe in particular has to be one of those. This is intake, and then we have outtake. actually. Where was I going to do it again? Whoa. I think I said I was going to do it over here. Yeah, there we go. That's Chernobyl. So uranium ore, the water needs to come from somewhere. Uranium's going to come from the left, so that's where that's going to happen. Yep. The power is going to be along there. The uranium needs to enter and exit from the left. Means I don't actually have space for this. Crap. Unless, hang on, no, I got this, I got this. If we run a splitter. And then we run a tunnel. Ah, haha. Because these inserters are depositing onto the far lane, they can then join up here. Then we can assign our little fish filter on here to deny one lane. So we don't even need that. Why not just sushi the one lane? Then we don't get a good mix, I think, is the problem with that. In case I decided to, like, spam this downward a whole bunch, then we would have to deal with the throughput. Maybe I could do it. Anyway, so that's the design. I probably do need to split this. Yeah, because we need this to tile. I don't think they eat that much fuel. You would be surprised. That is going down at a pretty quick rate, and with this is only producing how much power is this? If this is producing 25 gigawatts, then we need 10 of these to make up for what the fusion plant was doing. It could be quite a bit. I guess we'll find out though. So that's coming in through there. This needs to proceed. Yep, we definitely need a fish filter with denial. And that continues out there. Oh. Get rid of the filter on that. And then allow this to continue over here. That works. I think that works, chat. Now, how big is this thing? Oh my... Wait, actually, that's not so bad. I need to get down there. Oh my goodness. And are these legendary reactors? Yes, they are. Okay, good, good. What I should do... Legendary reactors. Can we start crafting them? Can I craft you in anything that can give us productivity? Centrifuges, yes. Yeah, we need to make some... Site Manhattan. Yes, that's where my nuclear artillery train was. Which is now offline because we've run out of Well, the recipe changed actually for nukes in one of the mods, so I need to fix that. 14 nuclear science packs. Is that really all we did? No. Okay, hang on. I've wasted so much time not depositing these into a chest. That is really annoying. Yeah, there's 14. To use to my little Fallout Christian having Manhattan be Manhattan. Alright. Yeah, this big artillery train here, he launches atomic artillery shells. It absolutely causes annihilation across the whole frontier here. So we need a centrifuge. We got to be making nuclear reactors in legendary. Can't put productivity on there, but I can do quality. I should steal some of the high quality components out of this since these aren't being used anymore. Wait, what the heck? Productivity modules need pentapod eggs now? You're kidding. No! Oh, that's painful. Okay, well. Oh, that's right. There's behemoth stompers now. They're even worse. Is there an alternate recipe? Not really, no. Dang it. We've got some work cut out for us. Alright, well, anyway, we've got quality modules now. I'm going to stick them in here. Maybe we can chance on a better nuclear reactor. And I need legendary copper, which we have. Legendary concrete, which we have. Actually, we have more of this. We've got legendary centrifuges in here as well. Should replace that with a centrifuge. Let's shove some more quality modules into here. Oh my god, Narvis has behemoth biters now. Oh yes. I've got a few of them captive on this island. But they definitely break loose. They like to break loose quite a bit. I need iron gears and iron steel. Iron steel, that's not a thing. Steel plates. Iron gears. And we need the red circuits. Okay, that's going in there. Eventually that's going to come out and make us some centrifuges, and then I need to do the same thing over here for the nuclear reactors. At least the wall for the Narvis outpost is just lined with a disgusting amount of laser turrets. Unfortunately, it's not enough. As you can see here. Never mind, as you cannot see here because we're out of power for the radars. Anyway, that's pretty good. It's going to come down very slow, so in the meantime, let's throw on some super speed. Oh, yeah. There's a... Oh, shit, no. Come back, robots. There's a bit of a problem here on this island, on this barge as well. They're a bit rowdy. Anyway, back to here. Narvis is a full-on base mine, just an outpost for Narvis exclusive materials to be brought back to Vulcanus. Yeah, my Narvis is like, it's my home. I really like Narvis, it's my favorite place. Although it could change with some of the other planets that we have to visit. Ceres, I did not enjoy. Fulgora, I do not enjoy the islands on Fulgora. And I've accidentally just gone through my portal that I was supposed to get rid of ages ago. Vulcanus was fun. It was easy enough. I do need to revisit Vulcanus eventually. Hexalith, we discovered that was absolute nightmare. We'll have to come back later. Sacred Rings I haven't been to. Maluna is awesome. I think that's going to be a fun place to build on. Gleba sucks. Gleba can get the Death Star treatment. Aquilo sucks. Aquillo's annoying to build on with the whole freezing mechanic. But then there's all the other planets too that I haven't been to, that we need to go to. Yeah, screw Gleba. Gleba can get stuffed. Nobody likes Gleba, seriously. Anybody who says they like Gleba, they don't really like Gleba. They're just saying words that have no meaning. Alright, this thing should probably get a move on. We just like a challenge. You like pain. That's what you like. Who needs organics when we have machines? Well, that's where this planet comes in. Tell us. I did add this planet today, and it introduces some mechanics using biomechanical machines that you have to create. Because I thought, let's add a little bit of pain and spice to our playthrough, but that's going to happen later. I'm going to avoid that planet like the plague and just skirt around with the other connections. Alright, let's try and get these placed down. I'm thinking we can start with just some easy placements like that. And then... I don't know, how does this tile? Oh, just like that. Do make a slight loss though, and then the iron is in the way here, so then we just gotta paste that a whole bunch of times. Okay, that's looking kind of sweet. Can we do a rate calculator on this? Probably not, because they're not placed. That's annoying. If only we had the plague rocket from space exploration to wipe out everything organic. I mean, we have the orbital ion cannon. I'm looking forward to seeing what this does. Could be fun. I want to install that onto Electric Boogaloo. He's our OG ship. And I want to do some field upgrades to him so that he gets all the best technology. Like, eventually I want to put fusion thrusters on the bottom end. I want to replace his reactor with something a little bit more robust. Maybe even a fusion reactor, I don't know. Yeah, a fusion reactor could probably work, actually. How old is Electric Boogaloo? I would say he's probably something like 600 hours old. This playthrough is approaching 800 hours long, and I built him... He was my second ship. No, he was my third space platform. The first one was Starbase Alpha, just to get a bit of space science. The second one was Starship Fulgora, which just didn't work very well. But then finally I landed upon this design, which then became the spam design that I did for all of my hauler ships. But then he got an upgrade to get us to the solar system edge, barely, which just went live on my YouTube channel about a week or two ago. It barely got over there, and then couldn't make it to the Shattered Planet, so that's as far as he gets. But I want to do some upgrades with him now with all the new tech that I have access to. Wait, the third is Electric Boogaloo, but not the second. He's the third space platform, but he's the second ship that was capable of moving. So I kind of classed them as this was just a satellite or a space station rather than an actual ship, was my reasoning. So this was the first ship, technically, and then he was the second ship. Guess that makes sense, yeah. Okay, so then I need to copy this. I suppose I can't because I've got the other thing there now. I need to copy... Oh, hang on. Okay, dang it. I need to paste him here. Trees in the way. I disagree. Paste that. And then we copy this. Wait a minute. Something's up with this blueprint. Why have we got this here? Why have we got an extra underground duct? Just sitting there doing nothing. Oh crap, wait a minute. I forgot to install these things back in. Dang it. Whoops. Okay, that's an issue. I have to now fit that in. Is that all of them? I think that's all of them. Oh no, hang on. That's all of them. No, hang on, wait. We have these ones to do as well. Oh no, hang on, that's wrong. All this because we couldn't flip these things. Yeah, I gotta place these into here. I'll do the same thing on this side. And I need these ports here. Wait, hang on. Oh, nope, that's not where that goes. I was about to say it'd be nice if we could like have a snapping mode or something for these, but then I realized what would you snap to? Because you'd have to decide whether to snap to the small pipes or the big pipes, which probably not feasible to do. Okay, there we go. That's those plugged in, and then I need the exhaust. Hang on, this has to go in here. That's already been done. Then I need these to vent. There we go. I think that's all of it. I should really test it. Let's plug it in. Get an infinity pipe. Yeah, there we go. They're all plugged in. Pretty soon we should start seeing some steam coming out of these things. While we wait, how's everybody doing? Everybody having a good time? Everybody doing any Factorio as we speak? There we go. Best thing about this design is not a whole lot of inserters required. Pretty Factorioing, nice. We love that around here. Steam. Come on, Steam. Come on! Set my former flagship to near solar orbit for a scouting run. Ooh. I was looking for it the other day. I need to figure out a good mod. I need to find a nice mod that adds the sun or the star as an orbit location. I think that'd be kind of fun. And then just park the ship out there. Charge some batteries and then come home. Okay, there we go. Steam's coming in now. Okay, I guess that was a bad idea. Uh-oh. What did you do? Did it burn up? Oh, wow, words. Solar flares. No. Not the solar flares. How do you defend against those? I imagine gun turrets don't work. Maybe you could use the shield projectors. Maybe. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Yeah, a crap ton of repair packs might do it. Okay, there we go. So that's producing us power. Yep, 25 gigawatts as expected. Shield projectors with asteroids, but it don't work. Wait, really? Oh no. That's not good. Okay, hang on, let's cancel all this. Because I got it wrong. And I'll deconstruct all this. Wow, that's a lot of trees. And we'll place this back down again. Nope, hang on, that's the wrong blueprint. We want this one. There we go. Then I should be able to copy that module. And then paste them on the side here. Here we go. And then I just get rid of the infinity pipe. And then we just repeat that a whole bunch of times. We need to repeat it 10 times, don't we? To make up for everything we lost. For the hang on. Is this gonna run into my radar? Radar's up there now. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Sending ships to the fun for decommissioning seems like a cool idea. It's like the end of Battlestar Galactica. That was the end of the Galactica's lifespan, and they had to send her into the sun. I seriously hope these pipes can actually send water this far down the pipeline. Because this is a ton. This is a metric ton. Holy. Stack and sodas have screwed the waste item disposal. Yeah, stack and sodas can be tricky. You know what would be really cool? If you could just grab like a loader. If you could just grab like a loader and it just items just fly off the edge. That would be really fun. Just watch items go wee. Alright, so now I've got to figure out how to make these ducks. Oh, that's really cheap. That's really easy. We can do that. There's a mod that could potentially let you do something like that. Renee Transport. Yes, I looked at Renee Transport. Renee? I looked at it. The only problem is it does some screwy things with the tech trees and adds up and some of the recipes in the game, I think, and I didn't like it. But I should probably go back and check it out again. Yeah, those Mox reactors were terrible, so I'm actually going to cancel that from the queue. Wait, Jesus. Okay, so fusion plants are still half the size for the same amount of power. So fusion plants are still the best, but this is dirt cheap to do because this is coming straight from Narvis. But we now have 1, 2, hang on. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 modules. It's probably enough. I could probably just do some more modules going down this way. Or I could keep them going upwards if I didn't care about losing access to these iron ore patches. Aren't all of those reactors legendary? Yes, they are. Just to make up for this. So yeah, you're probably right. We need a ton more. To actually be equivalent to the other thing. And I've got a lot of modules in here that I don't think I have. Oh no, I do have them. I do have them. Now, how is the Technomancer going? He's not going because we don't have bulk inserters. Okay, hang on. I gotta send those up. Yeah, and how is this going? Ooh, we got a superior. Look at that. This is incredibly slow, so I need to speed this up. Yeah, that's still painfully slow. And then I need a chest. And an inserter. And then I need a bunch of my legendary bulk inserters in here so they can send up to the new ships. Not new ships, but the upgraded ships. I still don't know what I'm going to do with all this legendary ice. Do we have any new recipes that could make use of them? No. Like, we could just turn them into science packs, I guess. That's annoying. Legendary chilled drinks, I guess. Valley reactors could be beacon for faster heat generation. Yeah. You don't want hundreds of quality night vision? I mean, unless it's used somewhere, then no. Can we use it somewhere? Hang on. Oh. Stealth cruiser, whatever that is. That could be fun. That's what we would need that for. Alright, so there is a use to it. What does a stealth cruiser do? What the heck is this? The heck do you do with this? Those are fun. Have you played with them? You have that much? Okay. Like, how do they work? Are they just out in space and then you just fly around? And let's send that back. Send those back down. Send those back down. Those. And those. And then we should be able to send all of these ships up on their merry way. Fast ships for Navas, auto-target and can go places remotely. Ooh. Okay. That sounds kind of neat. Oh, you guys are waiting for sulfur. Let me try and get rid of the sulfur. That is a lot of sulfur. Just stick it in here for now. And off they go. Eventually that should give us access to a whole bunch of things. Oh wait, no, hang on, you're out of fuel. No. No, they're out of fuel, dang it. Okay, well I guess those ships are not going to do anything then. That's a problem. Only this guy's going to be getting us legendary items. Poop. Alright, in any case, I need heat pipes. Thankfully, we have a mole of them crafting back at base. Which is up over here. Past the pond of low frames. We need access to the turbines. Yes, so now we need access to lubricant that is close to molten liquids. We have lubricant here, but they're not close to molten. Oh, they're kind of close. Yeah, okay, we could do it here. Let me grab some foundries. I have some foundries here. We pop up top near the P-Jar Gigafactory. I place some of these here. Cannot be crafted in this machine. Why not? Why noi? Okay, well we can do this guy. Except I want him in legendary quality. Which means we need steam turbines. What machines can we build steam turbines in? Not a whole lot. Okay, hang on. So we can do advanced assembly machines. Have I got these unlocked? No, I can't. Okay, it has to be a normal. And then the legendary tungsten. We have access to that back on Vulcanus. Lubricant, molten iron. Okay, that's easy. Molten iron we can just pull straight out of here. We got some pipes. Pop them in like that. And then we need to get a lubricant from somewhere. I think we might just have to pipe them in from here. Yep, okay, so we got lube. That's coming all the way from down here. Yep. You all about to see the biggest lube pipe you've ever seen? Where are my robots? Why do I not have robots working on this? Huh? They're not flying around, are they? No, they're not. Okay, so who's... Okay, lube's almost in. Okay, so, oh wait, I'm just out of pipes. That's what's going on. Whoops. How am I out of pipes? I had thousands of them. Okay. That. Bring this down. And there we go, that's pipes. I'm probably going to need a pump for that. But I guess we'll see. Too much pipage. Yeah, too many pipes. Way too many. I should be able to grab pipes from somewhere nearby. Yeah, I'll just grab them back from home. I know where they are. Should have a bunch sitting here. Yep, there we go. Now I'm just gonna grab all of it. Something else I should do is get started on those ducts. So how do we make these again? We need 4 iron plates. Oh, it can only be done in assembly machines. That's annoying. Okay. Let me grab some iron. On the OG factory. And I guess we'll just make a whole bunch of parts. I'm very much just loosely eyeballing all this. Nope, that's the 128 bus lane balancer for circuits. That's too many. Oh, pipe to grounds. I need those too. Ducks. Yep, okay, I need those pipe to grounds. I should have some stored away in here somewhere, actually. From when I just dumped all my crap and left. But it turns out I don't. Okay, I'm gonna have to pick some up. There's turbines, but those are not the right turbines. Those are normal quality. Those are normie turbines. We don't want the normie ones. Let's run over here, grab us some pipes. Oh my goodness, I need... I keep forgetting items. Oh no, I found a blueprint of my first ever space platform. Oh no. Is it cringe or is it actually genius? That fish pond water. Yeah. Absolutely blackened. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? That's legendary landfill. No, I don't want that. I want normal landfill. It's fish with some water. I get a warning from OBS when I look at this and says the stream is overloaded. Is there any water left? I mean... Hang on, there's no ammo left. That's a problem up here. Holy pond of fish, yeah. Yeah, I've been working on this for quite some time. There are 658,000 fish in here, and I'm trying to get to 1 million. They're all collecting down here. Are they mounting an escape? Gary, what are you doing? Bob's making it close to the edge. This thing's so stupid. Actually, looking at it drops my frame rate right down. They gotta be crawling out by now. They've tried. They've tried coming out and they've turned into spoilage. I highly doubt there is any water left, just fish and fish urine. It's lube. We established this months ago. It's lube. You look at the color. That's lube. That's clearly lube. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you ever heard of fish oil? There's just so many fish in there, it becomes heavy oil, and then it just naturally processes itself into lubricant. There we go. That should get us our iron in there now. And then I can grab a subby, a subscribe station. There we go. In that goes. Now we just need all these items, and the lubricant's still not in. Because of this. Damn it, I need cliff explosives. Which should be sitting in here. There we go, there's a couple. Grab a few stacks. Boom. Yep, that's as expected. We need a pump. Do I have thou pump? That's still too far. Nope, that's still too far. That should be good enough, yep. Then I just need to get that powered. Alright. Do I have the big ones? The big power poles? Not legendary. Here we go. Pump. Oh, I forgot to, wow, this is a very, very long away, but the, one of you mentioned rain on Vulcanus. That's not actually from the dynamic, yeah, I forgot to answer this ages ago. It's not from the dynamic rain mod, it's from another one called Celestial Storms, and it adds storms to just about every planet, including the modded planets. It's really cool. Making a copy of that first spaceport platform and flying it into the sun because the ones I had that actually did stuff never got a true decommissioning. Nice. Can you blot out the sun? It would be kind of crazy. I do want to stick some quality modules into here. I'm not going to expense the expensive ones though. Then I need my electrical cables and all that stuff. Okay, what's the other thing we need? We need these buggers. So small, can completely fit on the screen. Nice. Those were the days. Yeah, we can cast these. Let's try that again. Let's cast this. Oh, these ones need copper as well. Okay. But they don't need lube, so that's handy. Copper in there. Copper in there. Iron in there. And iron in there. Sweet. Is it at least a fun shape and not just a cube of shame? Yeah. Yeah, is it at least a fun shape? We need quality modules in here as well. Oh, and I need to swap this out for legendary versions. There we go. Which means I need heat exchangers. How do we make heat exchangers? It's just done in the assembly machines. Okay. And then there's these things too. Right, yeah. Okay. Kind of became a fork with the gun turrets. Nice. We'll call it a trident. These out of fuel. That's fun. I need an assembly machine to build these things, so let's just... somewhere in our mess here. We need to make legendary heat exchangers, and we need to make legendary steam converters. And they need lubricant too. Okay, I gotta do that somewhere else. And that needs quality as well. I cut those, yep, and then we'll run back up here. Technically called a lunar class for whatever reason. Does it go to the moon? Yeah, can I shove stuff in here? Oh yeah. Oh, just hold me to Falgora Navis. Oh, okay. I mean, it's still cool. I made the better Eclipse class. Ooh, I like the names you've got for them. Which is nuclear instead of nuclear. Wait, what? Okay, I need to grab iron plates. Nuclear instead of solar. Ah, yes. That's gonna take a very long time to craft. I've been awake for 21 hours. Oh no! You've been playing too much Factorio. 21 hours of Factorio, right? We can forgive it if it's that. No such thing, exactly. No, wait, that's a burner longhand. Sure. Alright, so now I need to go and pick up a whole bunch of tungsten in legendary. I'm going to empty some of my items. Not all of them though, because that's annoying. I can empty these. Yep, alright, I'm gonna send myself back up to Electric Boogaloo. And Electric Boogaloo over to Vulcanus. The new breaker class is nearly done, redesigning the front to be pointed like a dart. Ooh. Yeah, I had some ideas for some ship designs that I want to experiment with. One of them, I wanted to kind of be like a croissant, a croissant, or like a crescent shape, and just have it be like a big asteroid scooper. I think that would be kind of fun. I find ship designs really difficult. Cramming things into tight spaces is not my forte, unfortunately. As you can kind of make out from this ship, I've got a lot of wasted space everywhere. I want to do a triangle with the flat side on the front. Oh, it's like a backwards triangle, upside down triangle, yeah. And then what, you just do like thrusters in a pattern like this. Could work. Oh, we could do some crazy belt weaves now. With the new belts. Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 tiers of belts now. We could do some crazy belt weaves. The way I have all my platforms be planet reliant because I don't feel like making them self-sufficient. Okay, interesting. Blunt force trauma and it's a peanut. Yeah. Yep. This thing is probably going to run out of fuel eventually. I'm trying to keep him alive for emergencies, but we are going to eventually run out of fusion power cells. This is not good. A fully protected Peanut 2. Yes! This thing is my ship that's capable of going to the Shattered Planet. It made it all the way, 4 million kilometers. And back. And it was awesome. Is that belt weaving solely for Promethium storage? Yes, it is. In fact, we're still carrying Promethium on here because I forgot that I need to actually do something with it. So that's just sitting there. What can you do with Promethium chunks again? Like, it's Promethium science, I know that much. But there's some other things too now with the mods. Alright, of course. Quantum computers. Quantum stabilizers. Shattered planet observation. Astronomical data. And then there's the Promethium science pack. Ah, and the belts. Yes, if we want to go higher belts than Turbo, we got to make a start on our Promethium. Which is probably not going to be for quite some time. Unfortunately, because I need to be able to get back to Prometheus. I need to get to Aquilo, so we got to go through the whole planet chain until we get to Cretus. There we go. There's a crap ton of legendary tungsten. We should have legendary tungsten plates around here somewhere. Here. But not in very good quantities. What's happened? Something is overfilled. Oh geez, we even have express ones here. Alright, well that's cool. That's lovely. Sure. Oh, we have more in there too. Right, okay. Ah, that's what was causing the problem. It was backed up there. Okay. That's fine. What I should do is put down one of those fancy teleporter pads. Let's do it here. This looks like a fun spot to do it. This is going to be Vulcanus. Why did that just happen? Vulcanus, and then we chuck a symbol. Symbol, symbol, symbol. There we go. There's Vulcanus. Sweet. And I should now be able to teleport back to Narvis. So if I stand on it, which is easier said than done, if I stand on it and we teleport to Narvis, this is so cool. That's such a cool animation. I love it so much. Now we have... Actually, I need to grab some legendary iron plates. Love the Stargate rings. They're awesome. Whoever made that mod, kudos. Reminds me of that resurrected teleport from Half-Life 2. Oh, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. Okay, I've spotted a problem. I don't want quality on these. Okay, let's shove those in and shove those in. These guys need to make legendary things. The one that turned the cat inside out, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to take the quality out of all of them because I think that's just going to mess up our ratios. We'll probably redo this whole power plant again once we get access to ultimate quality items. But for the time being, that is not our luxury. Can't do productivity modules on any of these. Nope. Do I dare add cosmetic fins for my platform? The question is, do they stick out? Will they catch asteroids? Because if that's the case, probably not. Okay, we need speed on all these. Give me that sweet speed. Have at least 2 gun turrets protecting the entire platform. Is that enough? 2 was barely enough for when I needed to do it. Okay, electrical cables, we need those. Which should be sitting around here somewhere. There we go, there's a bunch. This will be broken up at the front. Okay. Turns out you don't really need guns to protect them while in orbit and building. That's true. But then once you leave, then you have a problem. Yes, yes, our first one. Yes, come on. First steam converter. Nice, nice. I wonder how much these stack to. Using the lovely anti-material rifle magazines. Holy crap. Repair kits out repair any damage they take. That's something else I need to add to Electric Boogaloo as well, is the good old... Okay, you can't see it here, but I have access to these things called repair towers. Repair turrets. These things repair things with a laser. I think that's just really cool. But it does still consume repair packs, so I need to still fuel them up. Yeah, that's something I need to try out as well on Electric Boogaloo, and then probably later other machines, other ships. Alright, well, while we're waiting for all of this to craft, what I should do is get my chests ready. Steel, steel, steel. Pipes, legendary pipes. Don't actually have any left. Okay, we need tungsten. So iron plates go in there. Tungsten goes in here. More tungsten goes in there. And gears go in there. Oh no, what's happened to the lubricant? Why not belts? What do you mean with belts? No power. Yeah, I don't have power. I have many problems with this. Okay, I need more gears, I need more copper plates. Like belted ammo for the Gatling. Alright. Lubricant, 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 lubricant. Where's my lubricant? Why are you not lubricanting? Because you have no power to pump. Oh, oh, that's painful. Hey, you know what? You know what? You know what? Desperate times call for desperate measures. We will solar power the pump. There you go. I wonder if we should also solar power all this. Yeah, let's try that. Let's solar panel all of this. If we can get this running faster, everything will be good. And now you just need copper, so I need to go and grab some copper. You know the Thunderbolt loads all the spent brass back into the ammo tube because dumping that much brass would mess with the plane's balance and controls. Damn! That's some serious heavy-duty stuff. Okay, I need legendary pipes, which we have. Legendary gears, which we do not have enough of. Ah, poop. And plates. Yeah, I don't think we need that. We need copper plates. This power crisis is a real problem. Okay, is there one singular Power pole. Oh, I could disconnect the Gigabrain. That's probably going to help save us a bit of power. Let's try that. I'm going to mark where this was and then disconnect. There we go. That's knocked them all out. That's knocked the whole thing out. Does that help now with our power? It's a little bit better. The brain should be fine. They should be fine. I think it's disconnected everything else out here. Nope, this is all fine. Okay, nice. 60 gigawatts, yeah. This factory is in dire need of help. Where am I going? I need to be heading over this way. Yep, here we go. We have not made one of these yet, have we? Or have we? Hang on. I think we have. Let's throw these down. That's it. That's literally all we can make. Oh man. We made one. Okay, I think I know what I have to do. I gotta come down here to where our legendary stuff is being done, and I have to disconnect it from the power network. And instead, it has to be powered with solar. At least just for the time being, until we can figure out how to get the rest of it going. Then I have to disconnect all of this. There we go, 1.3 mega. Well, no, hang on, that's not disconnected, is it? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. We're still demanding half a gigawatt. This is insane. What the heck? When you start just building crazy like we have been over the past few months, you don't ever stop to realize just how ridiculous your builds get in terms of power consumption until some sort of crisis like this happens. And now the floor has to be made out of bloody solar panels just for us to survive out here. Always have fail-safes. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Okay, is that providing us any sort of console? Oh, it's not good. How's our ship going out there? Are you getting resources? You've gotten 220 legendary copper ore. In all that time, that's Great. Oh, wait, hang on. What the heck? What the... Oh my goodness, how? I've really got to design a new quality ship. This is terrible. Oh, we've even got some higher quality rocks. Dang it. What the heck? Yeah. Well, let's try and clear some of this if we can. This gaming really is scuffed. Right, I didn't think about that. The increased quality tiers is going to screw up all of our rock cyclers. That's why I didn't want to do them after the fact, but... Dang, so, yep. We can't do very many quality things. That's not good. There's no way you can just teleport a ship, is there? We really need Thrusty McThrustface back. He's carrying all of our goods. Hmm. Okay. Do we have any new reactors? Do we have any reactors? Kind of. And we don't have any legendary... We don't have any legendary copper ore in here, do we? No, we do not. Well, dang, that sucks. Hmm. Adding a point to my ship made it so my rocket turrets are in range to fire on my ship, and moving them will be a pain in the ass. Oh no. That's not good. I remember having problems with that on one of my ships where I had the railguns at the top were actually firing upon each other. And they were knocking each other out because I had them angled a little bit weirdly. Okay, what's the full tech tree to get ourselves to Secretus? 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 Secretas? Secretus sounds weird to say. Paracelsin. Wait, is Paracelsin all we need? Yes, Paracelsin is all we need. Okay, hang on. How do we get to Paracelsin? High pressure rocketry, what the? So we have everything except for Crucible. Crucible needs to happen. But we can't get to Crucible. Oh, yes, we can. Vulcanus. We can go all the way around the other side of the sun. Okay. We can get to Crucible, sort out Crucible, get off Crucible, and then that'll unlock a path between Aquilo, and then we can just use Blunt Force Trauma. Crucible high alt orbit to Crucible. Oh, hang on. So what happens up here? then we have to go across that, right? Make returning from the planet to this high altitude orbit difficult. Return may even be impossible without harnessing. So we got to get to Crucible and then do the stuff on the Crucible surface. We got to get through all of this tech. That then unlocks us Paracelsin. That unlocks a path for all of our ships to then return to Aquilo, get our fusion power, brings all of that back online. And then we can get Thrusty McThrustface back home. Actually, we can't get the fusion back online because the fusion cells now have a different recipe. Lithium deuteride, which needs slipstack mucus, which has to come from Gleba. Because that's new. Oh, okay, so we're still relying on nuclear. That's fine, that's fine. Yeah, what? Yeah. There's a lot of new stuff here. Okay, so that's the plan then. I gotta get to Crucible. And then from Crucible, we unlock Paracelsin, and then from there, that unlocks everything. Yep, okay. The only problem is Thrusty McThrustface is going to suffer some extreme damage on the way home because he's not well equipped anymore for some reason for the big asteroids. And he's also not very well equipped for the asteroid belt. So he's going to suffer a lot of damage. Thankfully, he's got a lot of buffer up the front, so he can come home, dump his stuff, and then we can repair him up. What do my fusion cells require? Organic elements, yeah. One of the mods. Which one is it? No, I can't find it. Hang on. One of the mods that I have here changes the recipe. Change the recipe from standard lithium to lithium deuteride, which requires lithium plates and a slipstack mucus. Lithium deuteride is used in a number of various fusion-based applications. Most notably, yeah, you get quantum processors, fusion power cells, and the plutonium atomic artillery shell, as well as nukes. Slipstack mucus should be easy enough to grow. I'm hoping. It's possible, it's not. Burned in a burner inserter, no. Oh crap, yeah, that's going to be quite a big thing. I don't think we have time for Crucible today, because that's going to be a whole ordeal. But in the meantime, we could experiment with some possible design. This was a good design. I like this. This is nice. We could experiment, however, with some other alternative means of producing the fusion cells for this stuff. So, we bring these across. First things first, we need to actually make this. Which is the standard simple recipe, I think. I think that's the vanilla recipe. If not, then that's annoying slightly, but that's fine. We can build these in a centrifuge, and we can also build them in an atomic enricher. How do we unlock that? We can't unlock that. Okay. So it has to be done in centrifuges. Oh, or could we do it in a nuclear assembly machine? Hang on. Oh, hang on, wait. This needs to make these guys. If we gave him as many productivity modules as we have, how does this compare? Where even is it? Why can't I find the centrifuge? Am I blind? Probably. Huh? Here it is. There we go. Low assemblers, yeah. Found them eventually. It's quite a fair way down. Okay, so then we grab these and chuck them here. Which one of these gets more productive? Oh, they're the same. Okay, they're the same. We'll just use the regular centrifuges then. So we get 150% productivity out of that. Then we also need to dispose of this stuff. We can do them in a couple ways. We can either just do the usual one, or we could mix them with the sulfuric acid, and that gives us uranium nuclear waste solution barrels. That sounds like fun, doesn't it? Except I don't even have access to that. Hang on, why don't I have access to that? Uh, is this another bugged one again? I need to check these out and why they're not working. Plutonium energy in a chemical. Oh, it's a chemical plant, right? Okay. Chemical plant. There we go. Or we can do the unified. Yeah, let's do the big one. Unified chemical plant. The big chunker. This guy turns. Wait. No, wait, chat. I've screwed this up again. Why am I so bad at this? Yeah, that's it. That's it. Advanced nuclear fuel reprocessing. Done in chemical plant or unified chemical plant. Not showing up. I think the recipe's bugged. Okay, that's annoying. But in any case, we can always just do this one. That's just going to be the same setup that we had before, isn't it? That's quite literally just going to be the setup we had at Site Manhattan. Yeah, okay, so we can just copy this and paste it down. Hmm. Now I'm low-key considering. Considers really being annoying. Now I'm considering, do I just move the power plant over here? Maybe we just do that. Okay, hang on. If I cut this entire thing... lag out my game, and if we stick it over here at Site Manhattan, the only problem is they cover up nice deposits of stuff. No, okay, I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm gonna put it back where it was. Yep, dang. Okay, that has to be done. We have to set up a new thing, so I probably just need to copy all this. Start with one. Move it into here. Then we need this block here. That's kind of like our Kickstarter. Question is, how much of this stuff do we want? That is a crazy amount. I should also put the fish filter on these, just so we're not losing any of our uranium just sitting on the side of the belts. Health thrusters on brake instead of the 11 on clips. Ooh, you're gonna get a bit of extra speed. Nice. We love speed. More speed. And where's the 700 more tons? Oh. It'll be fine. Just be able to copy this and up it there. What do you mean turbo underground belt is in the way? Yeah, it is. Okay, sure. Pretty sure width affects speed. Weight of... Oh, wait, really? Is that how it works? Is weight acceleration and width speed? That would make a lot of sense. Is that what I've been missing this whole time? Oh. Right. I've always thought the weight affected the top speed as well. I've had people tell me that I should always just make my ships wider. I never really understood why. Okay, these are our tunnels, and then we have a splitting into said tunnels. Like that. And then we had a 4-lane bus. Which then just feeds into each and every one of these with uranium. Okay, so let's grab our loader, stack loaders. 1, 2, 3, 4. Infinity chest. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we can set these up with uranium ore. Awesome. And we do have more slots now, so we could do... I guess we can just use the same old productivity modules we were using before. It won't help. That won't hurt anyone. Look into this now, yeah. This will be very interesting to know. I do want to rebuild some... I want to build some fast ships and I want to build some big hulking ones, and I need to know what's a good ratio for each one. And then we can mix this together and use a chest, probably just a wooden one, with a loader. Bringing in, and a stack loader bringing out. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is gonna work. I love new designs that work first try. That hops across. And thus forms a 4-lane bus of uranium. Yeah, from what I'm seeing, mass affects acceleration while width affects top speed. Okay, interesting. Good to know. So you just want to build the thinnest possible stick you can. Or just get some really beefed up thrusters. There we go, so that's our 4-lane bus, and then that needs to come around to this thing. Is that right? So what have we got here? We got good uranium coming up through the top. That then does nothing. Okay, so that doesn't even need to loop. It doesn't even need to split, rather. I can just loop. Sweet. And then the rest of it comes on the other side. Gotcha. So that's going to come across. This was going to start... Yeah, we can do productivity modules on these. Let's throw productivity on these guys. Because why not? Alright, let's see how this goes. Now that we have stacked uranium on these belts. I might actually change this into a loader. Where are my loaders? Oh. Oh, okay, hang on, we need to split this. Oh no, that's right. I would stick some starting ones. Yes, okay, we do need to split this. But rather, it needs to split based on the type that it is. So, let's grab our blueprints. 4 belt splitter. Oops, come on. Flip that. Run it back here. Don't mind when new ships being slower since it'll give the turrets more time to shatter asteroids. Yeah, and then it also means you can push them through denser asteroid places, right? Right, those. There we go, that matches. Then we cut that and paste. That damned asteroid belt, yes! Asteroid belt be damned. Causing everybody problems. And that comes through. I was gonna kickstart these by inserting some manually. Okay, that's not gonna work, but we can filter. Can we use a stack filter on this? We can filter on one lane to use the good uranium. I'll just use 2 bulk inserters just in case they escape. You know, what if we do this setup? I like upgrading tech to new things. This is always fun. Because then you get to see all these crazy new numbers that you get out of it. Oh, wait, no, this is supposed to be the other stuff. Right, okay, hang on, no, this is meant to be the other type of uranium. It's supposed to go on the other lane. Whoops. Okay, that's better. And then this side is the one that deposit things. The uranium. Alright, well, let's see what this does. You can tell I'm very experienced with this type of work. Yeah, this is completely stalled. Is that meant to have stalled? It stalls here, but then he can't extract it. Oh, but I guess that's because it comes out of him first. Yep, okay. Okay, I think we need to do the same treatment we did here, but flip it. And this time it needs to be the good uranium. Oops. There we go. That should give us a nice amount. Oh yeah. I think it's working, chat. I could be wrong, but I think it's working. Maybe I'm just hoping it's working. Okay, so let's add uranium to each of these so we can kickstart them all. There we go. Eventually that should start filling up this belt, and once that fills up, it'll travel outwards. The next thing we can do is copy this whole block and paste it. Right next to it. Something crazy like that, perhaps. And then I think we could probably just run a splitter, I think. Nice and simple. Yeah, something like that. And then we can also bring these belts across. And join them up like that. Could throw a fish filter on one side of this belt. And then we can... Ooh, hang on, no. We would have to do a tunnel. Yeah, what if we did a contraption like this? What do we think, chat? Does this work? Obviously, we need a lane balancer. Quite. We'd very much need a lane balancer. I wonder if we could do that early. Time to make combinators to make a clock and shit. I hate doing those. I don't understand how any of it works. I have clocks and stuff, but they're very jank and not at all efficient or how you should be doing them. Okay, this is completely backed up. That's not what we want. Yeah, that's better. Hey, are we getting any out the bottom? No. Not yet, at least. Probably. Oh, that's right. Yeah, this belt needs to fill up first. Yep, that's what's going on here. That's our uranium block. So then the next thing we need to do is turn that uranium into stuff. Into cells. So if we copy this, change the recipe out for cells. We need iron plates and the other two types. Whatever those are going to be. Okay, iron plates, uranium, uranium. Okay, so then this is going to come around. Somehow. I think I have too many of these. Can I somehow balance these down to one? I think I can. There we go. That'll balance it down into one. This will then join up with that. That forms one line. Then we spam a whole bunch of that, and then we need iron to come in from somewhere. Somehow. Yeah, that'll work. There's my infinity chest. Infinity chest here. Stack inserter there. He's going to ask for iron plates. And then probably do a stack inserter out here as well. A stack loader. And then I think inserters are probably fine here. Yeah. Yeah, we're making stuff. And I might try out the long-handed bulk inserters. Because they're fun and we haven't actually used any of them yet. That's going to start making those once the good uranium comes around. Which probably needs to come around on this other side. Right, guys, fun stream. Thanks for hanging out. Take care. Have a good sleep. I will catch you in the new week. Oh yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a change to the schedule starting with the next week. By the way, I'm going to start experimenting with 2 streams of Factorio a week and 1 stream of another game or another content, just because trying to branch out just a little bit. The Factorio content won't be going away though. I'm absolutely still interested in playing this game. I love it. Yeah, I just wanted to try and branch out and try some other things. So just letting you know about that. But yeah, thanks, my crew, for sticking around. I need to get... I think we can just jump a tunnel there. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Nice and easy. Then that's going to make us our uranium cells, and that can then head out to wherever the heck it needs to go. Yeah, I think this is working. Obviously, if we need more fuel than this, we could just copy and paste this whole thing, I reckon. And just span a bunch more. And we just got to make sure that we can get the uranium supplied. But that's super easy with our... What is it? What's our mining productivity? With our mining productivity 542 at 4,500%, I think we're going to have no problem at all getting that uranium through. Quality uranium doesn't do anything good, does it? What if we did a quality... What if we did a quality cell? Gives you more vehicle acceleration and top speed. Okay, that's not useful. Hmm. What is a hyperinserter? Wait a sec. Hyperinserter? There's a little red guy. He's unlocked from Secretus and Frazetta. Wait. Okay, so you use a uranium fuel cell to build this thing, and then what does it do? Rotation speed 1296 per second. Holy, hang on. 21 stack size plus uber rotate rate. Wait, the stack size. Holy, yeah, you're right. So if we do a max quality... Fast can he transfer items? We did an infinity chest. 2 of them. And set this for iron plates. Look at him go! He's so fast! It might as well be a loader. Wait, hang on. I have to try this. I think the stack loaders are still going to be faster. Yeah, the stack loaders are still faster because they have a 180 item per second build speed. Because that's the fastest build speed that we have in here. But that is... That's still pretty crazy. Loading between machines. It's basically a one-tile loader, right? That's hilarious. That is pretty funny. Okay, well, we got things to look forward to. Ooh, we got stacked cells. Okay, that's nice. So we're gonna have to let this run for a bit. Hang on, what's happened here? Right, yes. These need to kickstart. There we go, something like that. This thing here is full. And what I might do is filter this per lane so that we have good uranium on one lane and add uranium on the other lane. And then if we select that, put it on this, and then swap the lanes around, that might then be able to merge together into solid lanes. If I copy that, paste it here, paste it there, swap you around, see what happens there, because then that means we're not stuck with little bits of uranium in here that can't get out because the stack loaders keep picking up the bad uranium. We'll see what that does. I made my fourth drop clock. Ooh, I have no idea what those words mean, but that sounds cool. Oh, is it like the clock tells items to force drop or something like that? Tell stack inserters to drop their shit into the machine. Oh, that's yes. I I need to know how to build one of those. Because Gleba had problems with that, and the one I built there sucked. It was too big. Hmm. There we go. That's nice. That's nice. Yeah, I think I might put it on both sides, and then we can do a splitter that then just balances it. If I delete that, paste it again, eventually that should come out on one side and balance on the other side. It's a bit weird to explain on Twitch chat. If you join the Discord server, actually, yeah, I've been meaning to talk about this. So I've noticed you've, this is a bit weird. I've noticed some of you have been joining a Discord server of mine, but somehow it's not the correct Discord server. So I'd like to know where you got the link for that particular Discord server, so that I can change where that link is. Because the correct Discord server here is this one. And then you can hop on there and you can paste screenshots and blueprints and stuff. We share all that kind of stuff there. Under your socials. EQVFT, hang on. That's one supposed to go to the other server. Wait a minute, hang on. Server settings. Invites. Let's disable that. I don't know why it's doing the wrong server. Okay, there you go. Yeah, now you're in. So the one that it says on the socials starts with EQVFT, which is the one that goes to my actual Discord server. The other invite link goes to another server that I used to have up as a support server for a game that I released. And that one. Okay. Yes. Okay, yep, found it. I need to edit that. Cool. All right. Thanks for pointing that out. I will fix that. Sweet. Welcome, welcome, welcome. okay, so this is working. We're getting a nice amount of cells. I don't think at the moment this setup here exactly is filling enough cells to do the whole block, but it's an easy increase in size. What the heck are these doing here? Oh, right. The electrified floor, right. Yeah, this should be very easily expandable. Yeah, that's really cool. It's really cool. Especially once we get access to better productivity modules. Everything should be fine. I'm liking this. Want to pick up that force drop clock? Yes, yes, please. Absolutely. You should have access to the Factory Games Discord channel. Or you can drop it in the live stream chat. Any one of those would do. Love these big pipes, they're really cool. How's our crafting going actually, by the way? Have we got any number of these things? 1, 3, 30. It's not good. It's not good at all. Constant combinator is a constant added T. Okay, hang on, let's try this. So we have... where even are my combinators? They keep moving around with all these mods. What are these containers? Are those things that go in space? That's cool. Okay, so we have a decider combinator and a constant combinator. Then we have T for time. This is the stack size control, which needs to be set on the inserters. Right, okay. Okay, so we have T. Then we have a stack inserter. And an infinity chest with, let's just say, nutrients. He's going to stick stuff in there. Make the combinator wired into itself. Ah, yes, I see. Then this needs to say a certain number. And then outputs T. And then S. To 16, nice. And then I suppose that wires out to this guy and sets the stack size. Yep. It's doing 1 at the moment. The combinator is wired into itself, so it is. Or does it need to wire into a different port? No, hang on. Ah, there we go. Nice. And if we let some of this quote-unquote spoil, yeah, where's my spoilage? If we set this to like 3, exactly 3, and there's 100 nutrients in there. He's gonna pick that up. Right, okay, yeah, I think I just saw it work. Let's grab another infinity chest. Set this up for the same thing, spoilage. Let's set up a slow guy with stack size of 1. Yeah, that's awesome. Holy. Then I can cut this and paste them on here. That's really compact. Okay, thank you so much for that. That is actually really cool. That's genius. I love that. I should change this to... Oh, no, that's spoilage, yeah. Okay, if I put filters in here, here's a question I've just had in my head. If I set the order of items in here, does that then set the priority on what it picks up? No. Oh, that would have been so nice. I suppose you could do some more logic that would set the filters, but yeah, that would have been nice. Yeah, that's really cool. Thank you for showing me that. That's awesome. And welcome to the crew. Welcome to the server. Read from top to bottom of a chest. Yeah, and I suppose... Oh, bottom to top, yeah. Yep. I think the way that I would have otherwise solved it now would be with the bigger storehouses that I have access to, where I'd have items flowing in on one spot, and then I do load filtered inserters or loaders on either side. So I'd see the nutrients first, which is a filter. Yeah. Yeah. So I do something silly like that. Actually, we did that on Falgora. Here. Where is it? With the gears, with the quality gears. I did that here. Which is an absolute mess. We have a bit of a mess here with the cargo wagons too. This was working. The reason I stopped pursuing this is because I found out that we actually have access to a salvager, which is a larger, it's twice the size of, what do you call it? It's twice the size of our recyclers. And then we also have a steam recycler here, which has 5 modules instead of 4, which is pretty good. And then we have a salvager here, which has 5 modules, and it also has a faster crafting speed, but also a base quality of 10%. So then you just fill these up with your quality modules and you get even more quality cycling out. So my idea was I would take a break from what I was doing, follow the whole production chain to get my hands on these things, and then just go ham on quality scrap recycling on Fulgora. The only problem is, as we discovered, we need to get to Secretus in order to get our hands on that, which is not good because that's a very, very long chain to go through. It all starts with Crucible though, so we got to get through there. There's also Arig and Yaran, which is basically all of them really. There's Tellus as well. Celsin, that's the one we need to get to. There's pathogens. What the heck? Oh yeah, that reminds me. Science productivity. We can do productivity for all of the science packs, which is awesome, but then research productivity. Look how many science packs we need. Granted, there's 2 in the game that are omitted from this. But how many is that? That's 16, 24, 27 science packs, one of them of which can spoil. But we have a quantum computer, so that makes things a little bit easier. I had a setup over here that was absolutely insane. It's probably since been lost. Yeah, I need tunnels. So a machine like this can help us a little bit with some of these science packs. And we can create an absolute blistering amount. Time to test the breaker class and get some carbon buffered. Nice, nice. Yeah, this thing is producing... Well, actually, that could go even faster if we upgraded him to ultimate quality. Upgrade the modules to ultimate quality. There we go. He's producing 1.7k per second. I upgraded the lubricant towers. And these guys can indeed accept productivity modules. That's now... Wait, no. Wait, yes, that's meant to be productivity. Then I need the other crazy wacko beacon. The quantum stabilizer in max quality. With speed modules. Speed module 4s. I will have a speed module 5 soon. Lube towers are beacons? Yes, they are, from the lubrication tower mod. By default, they do not accept productivity modules, but I've modded mine to provide productivity modules just because it's fun. Because I just want to see what sort of crazy numbers we can get in this game. But yeah, there we go. So that's providing a bunch of speed. This guy is now producing at 42,000 yellow science bottles per second. So much so that he can't actually get rid of his items fast enough. Let's copy some of these. That doesn't reach him. Okay. Absolutely ham ridiculous. Breaker is not breaking 300 kilometers per second. Oh no! Need more thrust. Do you have quality thrusters on it? Yeah, then we have a lab. We have a quantum lab of sorts. We have a quantum computer. This thing is what's going to be researching us a crazy amount. All right, those about that. Uh-oh. This is quantum machinery, which is basically end game, post end game. Kind of forgot quality exists. Yes. Quality is awesome. I actually really like it as a mechanic. I thought it was quite genius. Although, part of it is a problem because I'm like, sometimes I don't want to upgrade and build big machines and factories until I get the maximum quality, which is where I'm currently stuck at. How's this going? Is this looped yet? Okay, yeah, it is looping. It just takes a really long time for this to get kickstarted is the only problem. That's fine. Ah, and that's completely backed up. Nice. Alright, well, once we get access to our legendary materials again, we're going to have to drop this down on the planet. And we have to finish building all this. And then that's going to get us access to all of the power that we need. It's going to solve all of our power problems. But until then, we need to go through the whole chain of Crucible. Is that it? Is it just Crucible? Crucible to then Paracelsin. We need to get those telescopes online. And we need to restore the agricultural science packs and the electromagnetic science packs, but that's easy to do. Yeah, we got a lot of work cut out for us, don't we? Selsin, Aquilo. Yep, that's basically Crucible is standing in our way to success, to grand success. That's going to be our grand goal, and that's going to have to be next week because I am out of time for today's stream. Nice. I just got a message saying OBS failed to connect or something like that. That's weird. Anyway, we back. Yeah, we back. I think I think I need to start dismantling. Yeah, I think I need to start dismantling parts of Narvis because it's consuming all of my UPS. I think we have to dismantle this ridiculous thing at some point pretty soon. But yeah, all in good time. That'll have to happen on another day because I'm out of time for today. Thank you all so much for hanging around and watching and chatting. This was awesome. We didn't get our power plant sorted, but we got the design sorted. So now I just need to wait for the actual parts to come in. But yeah. Be sure to check out the Discord server, which some of you have already joined. And yeah, I will catch you all. My bot just said, we're streaming again. Yeah, we know we're streaming again. Yeah, I'll catch you all next week. And I'll be posting the new schedule up pretty soon. But yeah. Thank you, everyone. Take care. Have a good weekend. And I will see you all then. Bye, everyone.